anything of these.
Kodak, what's going on, baby? Welcome to the shit, buddy. Thanks for joining us on the Kyle Rittenhouse special YouTube edition of Shizbang channel. I'm surprised that you got here so quick. Thank you, buddy. Cheers, bitch. Hey. Bloop. As you can see, it should be starting soon. So everybody must prepare. Must prepare. Dum 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 dum. Prepare yourselves.
One of the jurors is inquiring about a pregnancy. You got copies of those. My inclination, unless there's objection, would be to dismiss her at her request. I think that's what she's asking. I'm quite sure it is.
I think that was the bottom line.
Does the state want to respond?
No.
All right. Number 27 will be excused at her request based upon her medical situation.
That's also for the record.
I thought he indicated, yeah. Okay, then the other one is a question. I don't see the juror's number on it, but it's one I wouldn't answer anyway, to be honest with you. Does anyone disagree with that?
No. Yes.
All right, mark these exhibits A and B for today.
Well, I just file sample and put
Oh,
juror notes.
okay, all right. So would you ask the juror number, what was it, 27? 27 to come down, please. Rather it came at noon, but I was able to get my hair cut anyway. But yeah, I don't know. And that low on my list of things that I care about. Is there a big issue?
Well, it's just when we try and time our witnesses,
Yeah.
we generally think we're going to have a 12 to 1 break.
You got it. I agree with you. Well, it's Subway, so presumably it'll keep. I hope it does. What? Oh, hi. Well, yeah, right over here. You can have that first seat there, man. The lawyers and I have agreed that it's appropriate that you be dismissed on your request. And bless you and good luck. Okay, I hope you're feeling great. Thanks. Anything else before we start?
Your Honor, I've heard from other folks that there was some issue with your mic yesterday being broadcast.
Yeah,
I don't know if you're aware of that or not.
I was made aware of it, and I spoke to Court TV about it, and I gather it was typical a judge commentary about the pace at which the questioning was proceeding.
Honestly, I don't even know. I just want to make sure you're aware of it, that's all.
I was aware of it, and from what I heard, I commented on the length of the examination. That was it. Okay. Anything else? Okay, let's get the jurors down.
Hello?
Would you come down, please?
Yes.
I want this open. Good morning, everyone. Welcome. And number 27 was experiencing some mild discomfort. She's pregnant and requested to be dismissed, and I have granted that request with the consent of the attorneys. So there's 18 of us, and I don't want to hear any sniffles or sneezing. Okay, let's begin. And Mr. Binger?
Thank you, Your Honor. The state calls Jason Lakowski to the witness stand.
Swear the testimony you're about to give in this matter be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes.
Please.
Could you please pull that microphone close to your mouth and state your name for the record, spelling your last name?
Jason Legowski, L-A-C-K-O-W-S-K-I.
What community do you currently reside in?
Green Bay,
In August of 2020, where did you reside? What community?
Brown Deer.
What is your current occupation?
I'm going to school full time.
You go to school full-time?
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yes, yes, yes.
Do you have a background in the military?
Yes, sir.
Can you tell us about that?
I was a Marine Corps infantryman, 0311 rifleman.
It's hard for the court reporter to follow that. If you could slow down and say that again, please.
Sorry. United States Marine Corps, 0311 infantry rifleman.
And what period of time were you in the Marine Corps?
2011 to 2015.
Did you serve any tours of duty abroad?
No combat, no, sir.
Are you familiar with a man by the name of Ryan Balch?
Yes, sir.
How are you familiar with him?
I met him after I got out of the Marine Corps.
How long have you been friends with Mr. Balch?
Since about 2015, 2016.
This trial is about events that occurred on the night of August 25th, 2020. Were you here in Kenosha that evening?
Yes.
What time did you arrive?
I believe around 10:45.
Why did you come to Kenosha that night?
Just to help out.
Can you tell us more about that?
I saw the community in trouble, and I wanted to come help any way that I could.
I know you said you saw things yourself. I assume that's on the internet?
Correct.
Did you speak with Mr. Balch or anyone else about your desire to come to Kenosha?
Yes.
Can you tell us about what the plan was?
To come down and help any way we could. It was to protect local property.
How were you planning on doing that?
No. What's
Just
up,
to make
Long
sure
Way? What's up,
nobody
Jonas?
would come in
What's up,
on the
Gordon?
property that we were supposed to protect.
And how exactly, what
What's
methods
up,
were you going
Chunder
to
and
use
Applause?
to accomplish that goal?
What's going on, everybody?
Anything
need
else?
be. I was trained in the shout, shove, show, shoot.
What does that mean?
You shout, you shove, you show your firearm, and you shoot.
Did you have a firearm that night?
Yes, sir.
What kind of weapon did you have?
An AR-15.
And that is a semi-automatic rifle?
Correct.
Was it armed? Or
Correct.
was it loaded?
Yes.
How many rounds did you bring with you?
I don't recall.
What was the capacity of the magazine in the weapon you were wielding that night?
30.
Was it fully loaded?
Correct. No. 28.
So before coming down that night to Kenosha at around 10:45 p.m., did you have conversations with Mr. Balch about what exactly, specifically, you were going to be doing?
No. Just that I was supposed to come down and pick up with him.
So tell us what you did when you came down to Kenosha.
When I came down, I linked up with Ryan. He brought me around to our area of occupation.
What is the racial
which is
makeup
where
of
we
the
were
jury?
supposed to protect. He
I think it's like
introduced
half
me
and
to
half.
everybody that was there.
I don't know. I don't know. You have to Google it.
Because it was just in one ear out the other. And then I took my post, and that was it.
Where was your post?
It was on the southwest corner of that car lot I was on.
And when you say that car lot, can you tell us what car lot you're referring to?
I don't recall what the name of it was.
Do you remember where it was located?
I think somewhere on Sheridan. I don't know the actual intersection.
There's a map behind you on the wall there, and I don't know if you are able to identify the area of Kenosha that's shown on there, but I will represent to you, Mr. Lakowski, that this is a map that shows the area of Kenosha from about 58th Street and Sheridan on the north end down to 63rd and Sheridan on the south end. And there are 3 properties on there that are labeled Car Source. Are you familiar with the name Car Source?
No, I am not.
I'm going to represent to you, Mr. Lakowski, that we have videos and photos that show you at the Car Source location, which is at 59th and Sheridan. And I'm going to use this laser pointer to point to that location. Do you see where I'm pointing?
Yes.
That's my representation to you. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
That is the Car Source, the car lot that where your post was?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall guarding any other properties that night?
There was the property that was a few blocks south, or north, sorry. South.
There is another Car Source that I'm going to point out, which is at the intersection of 63rd and Sheridan. Do you see where I'm pointing?
Yes, sir.
Is that the other property you're referring to?
Yes.
Did you go down to that 63rd Street location and guard it at any point during that evening?
I walked down there first to see what it was, walked back on up to physically guard it. No, I was not down there.
Do you know what, if any, plan or understanding or anything like that there was between the folks that you were with to guard that other car source location at 63rd?
No, sir.
Is it fair to say that up until the time of the shootings, which we will get to in a moment, you, after visiting the 63rd Street location, came back and stayed at that 59th Street location?
Yes, sir.
Tell us about your experience at that 59th Street location.
For the first little bit of me being there, it was pretty boring, just milling about, doing whatever. And then once the police started to push the protesters toward us, that's when things got a little chaotic. Everybody was screaming, running back toward us. There were a few people that were attempting to come into the car lot. I had yelled at them to stop, and they went about their way. At one point, I know that there was an individual that I believe hurt her ankle, and then Kyle had helped her. There, for the most part, once that happened, there was a lot of actually polite conversations between myself and a lot of the protesters and everything like that. And at that point, that's really all that happened.
I want to try and break that down a little bit. You said that there came a time in which the police pushed the protesters south past you.
Correct.
Do you remember approximately what time that was?
I do not know.
And you indicated it started to get, I think you said chaotic was
Correct.
the word? What made it chaotic? Can you describe that more specifically?
The way that I see it is that you had the actual protesters and you had the a-holes that were trying to use the protest as their own gain.
You're in court.
I'm sorry. I apologize, Your Honor.
Ha ha ha. He
There were
said
protesters, and
a-holes.
then there were other people that were using this for what purpose in your mind?
To cause havoc.
Tell us more about the chaos that you observed.
Because I had talked to a lot of individuals that were there to legitimately protest, and some of them were saying how there were people that were instigating a lot of things, that they weren't part of what was going on. And I had noticed that a lot, that there were people that were using that to, cause havoc.
What specific types of havoc did you witness?
People throwing things at police, people starting fires, people with malintent.
Other than throwing things at police and starting fires, did you observe any other specific instances of, to use your word, havoc?
There were some individuals that were to the west of us that they were trying to come onto the property to start one of the cars on fire, and we had stopped them. And then they had a lot of vulgar, They had a lot to say that was not nice. And they had said that they were going to come back and burn down this explicit terms. And then later on, maybe 5-10 minutes later, they started throwing rocks at us.
Do you know who any of those people were? There's been some testimony in this case about someone who has been identified as Joseph Rosenbaum. As you sit here today, do you know who we're talking about?
Yes, sir.
On that night, and again, I'm going to ask you to try and put yourself back in the frame of mind that you were in that night and try and ignore anything you might have learned since then. At that time, that night on August 25th, when you were at the 59th Street car source, did you have any idea who Joseph Rosenbaum was?
No, sir.
The folks that you just mentioned that attempted to start a car on fire, was Joseph
The
Rosenbaum
entire system
one of
is
those people?
anti-white, he
No,
said,
sir.
from Thundering Applause.
So
Hey,
I'm going
that's
to
not
come
what the
back to
black
Mr.
people
Rosenbaum, but let's continue talking about specific examples of, to use your word, havoc. I think you've mentioned that incident, throwing rocks at the police. Were there any other examples of things that you observed around that time period?
Individuals were throwing what you would call chlorine bombs at us and the police.
Did you see who any of those people were?
I did not see you through that, no.
Was Mr. Rosenbaum one of those people?
Not that I know of, no.
Any other examples that you can share with us of this havoc or chaos that you witnessed?
No, sir.
You mentioned someone had something with her, was it a sprained ankle or
I
something?
believe it was a sprained ankle because she was limping.
Okay. And you indicated that you referred to Kyle. You're referring to the defendant, Kyle Rittenhouse?
Correct.
And for the record, can you point him out for us, please? Okay, that's the individual at the table with the, sitting next to Attorney Chirafisi?
Yes, sir.
No dispute. What, did you observe what the defendant did to treat that person?
No, I did not.
I think you mentioned that when the crowd was being pushed back, there was some words exchanged between your group and the crowd. Is that fair to say?
Correct.
Can you tell us more about that?
They were just screaming nonsense. And they were trying, I know that there was a few individuals that attempted to come to the car lot, and we yelled at them to back off. And they did.
The individuals that were attempting to start that car on fire, how did you stop them from doing that?
Yell at them.
You used, I think, what was it? Shout, shove, show, and shoot.
Correct.
Did you ever have to get to the second step?
No.
Shouting was enough?
Correct.
Did you ever have any problems with people coming on to the car source lot?
No.
You were
Outside
able
of
to,
that one incident, no.
okay. And I think you said earlier your post was physically located on that lot. Did you say the southwest corner of the lot?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to use...
East. Sorry, southeast. Sorry.
Okay, I want to make that clear. I'm going to use the pointer here as best I can. And would you agree with me that this, where I'm pointing, is the southeast corner of that lot?
The other corner. I'm sorry, my directions are a little off.
That's why I want to ask. The top, just for your benefit, the top of this map is north.
Yes.
So would you say then that you were in the northeast corner of the lot?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. While you were observing the crowd and things going on, do you know personally where the defendant was?
No, I couldn't tell you.
Were you paying close attention to his movements
Whereabouts?
or anything like that?
No, sir.
Did you speak with the defendant when you were at that 59th Street location that night?
Initially, yes.
Do you remember anything that he said?
He introduced himself, that his name. He said that he was an EMT.
What did you think about that?
I think he's just an EMT out here to help, just like we were.
Did he tell you how old he was?
No,
How old did you think he was?
I assumed he was 18.
Why did you assume that?
Because in the state of Wisconsin, you have to be 18, I believe, in order to have your EMT license. And he was carrying a firearm.
Was one of the reasons that you assumed he was 18 the fact that he was carrying a firearm?
Correct.
Why is that?
Which I'm going to object to calls for a legal conclusion.
What he's testified to is his understanding of the law. It's not to be taken as a statement about what the law is. It's a statement of what the witness believes the law to be. So your objection is overruled.
Do you remember the question?
Of why I assumed he was 18.
What did the gun have to do with it? The fact that he's possessing a gun, why did that make you think he was 18?
Because you have to be 18 in order to buy a firearm, a long gun in Wisconsin.
Did there come a time while you were at the 59th Street car source where you observed an individual that you now know to be Joseph Rosenbaum?
Yes.
How many times that night did you observe that person?
Just the one incident.
Can you tell us what you observed?
He had been acting very belligerently. Like, he had asked very bluntly to shoot him. He did a few what I would call false stepping, which is making a step to entice somebody to do something. He had done that a few times. After he'd done that a few times, I turned my back to him and ignored him.
What did you think of him?
A babbling idiot.
Did you consider him a threat?
No.
Did you feel that he posed any danger to you or anyone else?
No.
How tall are you?
I am 5'10".
Do you have an estimate as to how tall Mr. Rosenbaum was?
Not really. He was bent over.
How was he dressed at that time, if you recall?
He had something red over his face, no shirt, and he had a bag in his hand.
A plastic bag?
Yes.
Were you able to get a look at that bag?
No.
You said that he was asking someone to shoot him?
Correct.
Was he saying that to you?
He said that to me, and he said that, I believe, to multiple others.
Something along the lines of shoot me, shoot me. Would that be fair to say?
There was more explicit terms after that, yes, but yes.
Did you see him with any sort of weapon?
Outside of that bag, no.
Did you see him with a gun?
No.
Did you see him with a knife?
No.
Did you see him with a club or a bat of any kind?
No.
Did you see him with a chain?
No.
You indicated that he was false stepping. Would you mind standing up on the main floor here and physically demonstrate for us what you're talking about? Yes, please. For the record, if you allow me, I'll go ahead and have a seat. I'm going to try and describe what you just demonstrated for us physically so we've got a good record here. You're standing still and then sort of taking 1 foot, maybe 2 to 3 feet ahead, stepping forward with that foot and sort of almost pushing your chest out towards that other person and then withdrawing that same foot again and repeating that a couple of times. Would that be a fair description of
Yes.
what you just did? When you said that this individual was doing that, was he doing it towards you?
In my general direction.
Was there anyone else around you that he was doing that to also?
There was an individual to my right and to my left. I don't recall who they were.
Do you know if those were other individuals that were guarding that car source location?
They were, yes.
Do you know if any of them was the defendant?
I don't recall.
At the time that you had this interaction with Mr. Rosenbaum, were you armed?
Yes.
Can you tell us how you were armed?
I had my weapon slung and pointed to the ground.
When you say your weapon, you mean your AR-15?
Correct.
Was there a sling around your body that the weapon was attached to?
Yes.
And when you say the gun was pointed to the ground, was that in such a way where the butt was maybe at the middle of your chest and then
You'd be facing like this.
at an angle?
Correct.
Okay. So the butt is sort of at an angle towards one of your shoulders and the barrel is downward at maybe a 45-degree angle or thereabouts?
Yes.
Did you have any other weapons other than that AR-15 that night?
I had my knife.
Anything else?
I had a CS gas canister.
What is a CS gas canister?
It is a deterrent. It's like pepper spray, but a lot more potent.
Is that also commonly referred to as tear gas?
Yes.
Or is there a technical difference between
There's
the
a technical difference, but for the records, yes, tear gas.
two? Where did you physically have that canister located on your body?
In my dump pouch.
Did you say dump?
Yes.
Okay.
It's a pouch that you put on your opposite side to put empty magazines in.
Okay. Was there ever a time in which you pulled that canister out to use it?
When the protesters had pushed my way and started causing a ruckus, I had put it on a car in front of me because I needed to use it.
You put it in a place where you could get at it if you needed it. After you put it on that car, did you ever grab a hold of it with the intent of getting it ready to be
I'm
used?
pretty sure it fell off the car.
Where did that CS gas canister come from?
An individual, I think his name's Dustin. I don't recall his actual name. It starts with a D.
Is that one of the other individuals that was there at that location?
Yes.
So you had the AR-15, the knife, and the CS gas canister. Is
Yes.
that right?
Yes.
Did you have any other weapons on you?
No.
I know we've talked a little bit about the false stepping that Mr. Rosenbaum was doing, and you said there were two other individuals, one on either side of you. Is that right?
Yes.
Are you able to tell us if Mr. Rosenbaum was doing this directly at any one of the
It
three
was
of
just
you?
in our general direction.
How far away was he from you when that was going on?
I want to say a max of 6 feet.
Did he ever touch you?
No.
Did he ever threaten to harm you?
Outside of his banter, no.
When you say his banter, what specifically in his banter did you construe as a threat to harm you?
I really didn't see him as a threat at all, to be honest with you. But it would be his false stepping and his banter saying, shoot me, explicit term.
Did you interpret him saying, shoot me, as a threat to you?
No.
Did you interpret it as a threat to anyone else?
No.
How long did Mr. Rosenbaum continue this behavior before you turned your back on him and walked away?
I'm not sure, but it wasn't very long. He had done it maybe 1 or 2 times, and I just ignored it.
Do you recall putting out any fires that night?
Multiple, yes.
Can you tell us about that?
The first one I put out, it was just north of the car lot. Somebody had set up a deliberate barrier and set what you'd call like a campfire behind it and set it on fire to deliberately set fire to the barrier.
I want to make sure I understand that. You said they set up a small barrier.
It was a rather large barrier. It was taller than I was. It was a wooden structure.
Do you know what type of wooden structure it was?
It was just a rickety structure. I don't recall.
Do you know where it came from?
No.
Did you see any of the individuals who started the fire?
No.
Do you recall where that was located in relation to the 59th Street car source lot?
That was just in front of the church, or the demolished church.
There's actually a little laser pointer in front of you. There's a button on the side, and when you point that, could you use that and point on the map where that fire was?
Right there.
And I just want to narrate for the record, that appears to be a location, was that on Sheridan Road?
Yes.
North of 59th, closer to 58th Street. Would that be fair to say?
Yes.
What did you do in response to that fire?
I stomped it out.
With your feet?
Yes.
Did you use any sort of fire extinguisher or water?
No.
What happened after you did that?
After that, I had walked back to the car lot.
You mentioned there were other fires you put out?
Yes.
Tell us about those.
There was a few after the incident. There was one on this car lot. There was a pickup truck that the interior was on fire. Then I had found a fire extinguisher next to it. I had put that one out. And then there was another one that I couldn't put out because the fire extinguisher was spent. So there was cars around it. It was myself and another individual. I pushed cars away from that.
I believe you said those two fires were after the incident.
Yes.
What incident are you referring to?
The incident with, I don't want to, the incident with Kyle.
The shootings.
Yes.
I want to try and keep this in chronological order as best we can. So if we can just go back for a minute to the 59th Street car source. While you were at that location, other than the barrier in the street that you've described, did you put out any other fires around that area?
No.
Do you remember a time in which there was a dumpster on fire out in the street?
I don't recall, no.
And I believe you said, other than the one interaction with the false stepping, you didn't have any observations or contact with Mr. Rosenbaum at any other time that night.
Correct.
We've heard a lot of testimony and seen videos of what we now know to be the shootings. And I think everybody's got a good idea now with hindsight of the sequence of those events. But what I want to ask you is, on that particular night, do you remember hearing or observing those shootings?
I remember hearing gunfire, yes.
Where were you located when you heard that?
At the car lot on 59th and Sheridan.
The original one that we've been talking
Yes.
about? From what direction did you hear those shots coming
From
from?
the south.
What did you do, if anything?
Ran toward them.
That would be running, and I'm going to use the pointer here, that would be running in a direction from the car source at 59th and Sheridan, south on Sheridan Road.
Correct.
Do you remember encountering a line of armored police vehicles?
I don't recall.
Tell us what you remember. When you heard those gunshots and started running, tell us what you remember about that.
There was myself and another individual, I believe his name is Dustin, I don't remember his actual name. Him and I ran down there. Once I got down there, I was by myself, I don't know where he went. And then I got to the
He said, I don't
corner
understand
of
any
the
of this
lot,
relevant. The prosecution
which
must have
there's
a
an
reason, I
alleyway
guess.
There, and then the lot, there's a
I
fence
guess
line.
we'll have to find out.
And from there, Mr. Rittenhouse came up to me. He had said, I don't remember exactly what he had said, but he had said something to me. And then I had told him to run toward the police, which he did. I had followed him a little ways, but then there was gunfire behind me. So I turned around to attempt to assess that. And then once again, there was gunfire behind me. And at that point, that is when, I'm pretty sure I blacked out. I don't remember anything after that.
You said you're pretty sure you blacked out?
Yes, because I don't remember anything. The next thing I remember is helping out with Gage.
I want to try and break that down if we can. You indicated that at some
I like
point
this
as you were running
witness.
south on Sheridan, you encountered the defendant.
Yes.
Are you able to show us on that map where that encounter occurred?
About right there.
And you've pointed to a location which is on the west side of Sheridan Road. It appears to be right at the boundary between that 63rd Street car source and the property that is located just to the north of that on the
Yes.
west. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Okay. How did the defendant appear to you?
Frazzled. In shock.
Did he have his weapon?
Yes.
Where do you know where he came from?
He ran from the car lot.
Were you still running at that point?
At that point, when I looked up at him, I stopped.
When you stopped, did you come in close proximity with the defendant?
Yes.
Did you say anything to him, if you recall?
I don't recall.
And I think you indicated earlier you don't remember what he said to you.
I do not.
Now, do you remember after this night speaking with the FBI?
Yes.
And that conversation occurred about a week later?
Yes.
And do you remember telling them what the defendant had said to you?
I remember telling them yes.
If I showed you a copy of that statement, would that refresh your recollection?
Yes.
May I approach, Your Honor? Mr. Okowski, I'm going to hand you the statement, and there's a portion here that is marked And I would like you to take a look at that. Take as much time as you need. And when you're done looking at it, please look up.
Okay.
I'm going to take that back from you now. Does that refresh your memory as to what you told the FBI?
Yes.
And does it refresh your memory as to what the defendant said to you when you encountered him?
He had indicated that he had shot somebody.
According to your statement, Mr. Lukowski, you're
Sorry, did not shoot anybody. I apologize.
Okay.
I apologize.
just want to make that clear.
Did not
When
shoot anybody.
when the defendant spoke to you, he said he didn't shoot anyone,
Correct.
but he said he needed help.
Yes.
What did you tell him? If
I told
anything?
him to run to the police that were down the road.
What did you do then?
At that point, he started running. I followed him.
Let me pause for a second, and I just want to make sure we get our directions correct. What direction did the defendant run from there?
From here that way. So north.
North on Sheridan. And did you run in that same direction?
Yes.
What happened then?
And then there was gunshots behind me.
And when you say behind you, are you meaning back down south?
Yes.
What did you do then?
I stopped and turned around.
Where did you go?
I was in place because it felt like seconds after there was more gunshots behind me, which would have been to the north.
And that would have been the direction that the defendant had been running.
Yes.
Is that the moment in time when you feel like you kind of blacked out?
Yes.
And I think you said the next thing you remember is Mr. Grosskreutz?
Yes.
Tell us about that.
I remember being on the sidewalk, and then there was an individual on the ground screaming. I had walked up to them with a group of individuals. Somebody was screaming for a tourniquet, I believe. So I had given an individual, I believe his name is CJ, I don't actually know if that's his name. I had given that to him. He had applied the tourniquet. He had done it wrong. So I had pushed him out of the way, applied it correctly for the most part, and I stayed with Gage until police showed up.
What happened then?
And then the police showed up, told me to back off. I backed off. Once he was in the vehicle, I had noticed an individual saying that there was a gun on the ground. He had pointed to it and started walking toward it. I pushed him out of the way. I had picked up said firearm. I dropped the magazine and emptied the chamber.
I want to make sure the record is clear. You said someone was put inside a vehicle. The he is Gage. Gage Grosskreutz?
Yes.
And then there was you said a gun on the ground.
Yes.
What type of gun was it?
It was a Glock.
A pistol?
Yes.
After you took care of neutralizing or disarming the gun, what did you do next?
The police had come up to me and told me to put it down, and then I had walked toward the sidewalk, and then I believe I had headed south toward the car lot.
What happened then?
There was a bunch of reporters, I guess, over there talking to people, and wait, no. I don't recall. I don't want to mix up my story.
Understood. You mentioned that you dealt with a fire in a truck
Yes.
at the car source location?
Yes.
And found a fire extinguisher?
Yes.
Are you able to show us on the map where that occurred?
Yes. About right there.
You are pointing to a location that is on the 63rd Street car source lot near the northeast corner of that lot. Would that be fair to say?
Yes.
Where did you find the fire extinguisher?
Laying right next to the truck.
And the fire, you said, was inside the truck?
Yes.
Inside the passenger compartment?
Yes.
What did you do after putting that fire out, if you recall?
I put that fire out. There was another fire that was just on the opposite side of the building. There was a car on fire, and then the fire extinguisher was spent, so I couldn't use that. But there were cars around it, so it was myself and another individual. I don't recall who that individual was. Had pushed, I believe, 2 vehicles away from it, so it didn't catch fire on those.
In the sequence of events that you've just described, beginning with hearing the gunshots when you were at 59th Street all the way down to where we just left off, did you encounter Ryan Balch at any time?
Yes.
Do you remember when and where that was?
No. But I know that I did encounter with him.
Do you remember when you were at the car source lot at 63rd Street being with Mr. Balch?
When I was putting out the fires, no.
After that, at that location?
After that, yes.
You mentioned some reporters down at the 63rd Street car source. Did you speak with them?
I avoided them as much as I could.
But is it fair to say that there were a number of them around you with cameras
Yes.
asking pictures? Or asking questions, rather?
Yes.
And they were also asking questions of Mr. Balch.
Correct.
During that process, did anyone show you an image or a video of the person who was suspected to have committed these shootings?
No, because they thought it was me.
Those people thought it was you?
Yes.
When did you first learn that it was the defendant?
I don't recall.
Was there a time when you were speaking with those reporters that you learned that the person who was suspected to have done these shootings was the defendant, Kyle Rittenhouse?
Yes.
Is it fair to say that those reporters were asking you who that person was?
They were asking me if I was the one that had done it, because they were looking for a tall white individual with an AR-15 wearing a green shirt. And that's what I was wearing.
There were also people that were saying that the shooter was with your group.
Yes.
At that time when they were saying that to you, you knew that was true, correct?
Yes.
Is it fair to say that you didn't volunteer that information at that time?
I did not.
Were there police cars nearby at that moment in time?
I believe there was a police blockade on the west side of, I think, 63rd Street.
Did you ever approach any of the police that night and tell them what you knew?
No.
After dealing with the things that you dealt with at 63rd Street car source, where did you go?
We had gotten, Brian and myself had gotten into my truck, and we drove toward the other car lot to pick up a firearm and I believe his cell phone that was inside the building.
Whose property was that?
That was
No, I mean the
Cars.
cell phone and the gun. Who did those belong to?
Ryan.
What happened when you got to the 59th Street car source?
It was locked and there was nobody there.
Mr. Lukowski, I want to go back to the beginning of your night. You indicated that you arrived at that location around 10:45 p.m., and we talked a little bit about your interactions with the defendant. Did you bring along any medical supplies with you that night?
I did.
Why did you do that?
Just in case it was needed.
I didn't hear you.
Just in case it was needed.
Did you interact with the defendant with regard to those medical supplies?
Yes.
Tell us about that.
He had said he was an EMT. I said that if he needed anything to let me know, and then he had asked, I don't remember exactly what he said, but he had said something. And then I remember giving him my flashlight, turning around, and him digging through my med bag.
I'm not sure I heard that word. You said digging through your
Digging through my med bag, yeah.
Was that the defendant doing that?
Yes.
Did he take any medical supplies from you?
I don't recall what he actually took. But yes, he did take some medical supplies from my bag.
Do you remember speaking to the FBI about those medical supplies?
Yes.
If I showed you a copy of your statement, would it refresh your memory as to what the supplies were?
Yes.
May I approach, Your Honor? Mr. Lukowski, I'm going to show you your statement. At the bottom of the first page, there's some items marked. Please look those over, and when you're done, look up. And it may continue on to the next page.
Okay.
I'm going to take that back. Did that refresh your memory as to the medical supplies that the defendant borrowed from you?
Yes.
What were those specific items?
A quick clot, a bandage, and what you'd call a vitamin pack, which has a bunch of random stuff in it.
What is quick clot?
It is something that you use to stop bleeding, severe bleeding.
Quick clot. Were you aware at that time what sort of medical supplies, if any, the defendant already had on him?
I was not aware, no.
One second, please. I have no further questions.
Cross-examine.
Here comes the big badass defensive guy.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Is it fair to say that prior to August 25th, you had never laid eyes on Kyle Rittenhouse?
Correct.
Okay. After August 25th, have you ever spoken to Kyle Rittenhouse?
No.
So you didn't know who he was when you got there, and you haven't talked to him since.
Correct.
And you had made mention when speaking to Attorney Binger about shout, shove, show, shoot, right?
Yes.
Okay. In anywhere in that kind of commands that you do, is run away or retreat? Is that in there?
No.
So if you shout at someone and make physical contact or show them your firearm and they're still coming forward, have you ever been trained to
No.
head for the hills?
No.
Run away from them?
No.
Try to get yourself out of the situation that you're in?
No.
You watched the video. Have you watched the videos in this case?
I have watched several, yes.
Okay. Have you watched the video at Car Source at 63rd?
Not in its entirety, no.
Okay. So, have you or have you not seen what Mr. Rittenhouse did prior to the shooting?
I don't know what you mean by that.
Well, you saw Mr. Rosenbaum. Did you see Mr. Rosenbaum and Mr. Rittenhouse running through the parking lot?
Not that I recall, no.
Okay. So you arrive at 59th Street, Car Source, 10:45-ish,
Around, yes.
and you have an AR-15 and a medical pack with you?
Correct.
Okay. Same kind of situation that when you meet with Mr. Rittenhouse that he has, right? He has an AR-15.
To a sense, yes.
You have more than he has, but you both are carrying a medical pack.
Yes.
And he goes through some of your things, your medical things, and takes things that he needs.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Yep. And you see him that night,
Correct.
and he is, when you speak to him, you get his name and the EMT information.
Correct.
Is that about it?
Yes.
You see him that night out and about trying to actually help people.
Correct.
Do you see him that night threaten anyone?
No.
Do you see him being aggressive in any manner toward anyone?
No.
You, I'm gonna ask if you could take a peek at exhibit number 40. Can you tell me, do you know who that is a picture of?
Joseph Rosenbaum.
Now, do you remember seeing him that evening, the 25th?
Yes.
Okay. You didn't know his name,
No.
but was his behavior such that that made you remember him?
Yes.
All right. So can you? on that?
But it's not showing anything. It's showing
Mr. Lukowski, I'm going to ask you one other question about this. You said you see Mr. Rosenbaum in that.
Hey, shizbanging everyone.
Yes.
Frez is trying to chat and his comments are not showing up. Is he banned? I don't think so.
There's a person behind Mr.
If he's
Rosenbaum
banned,
as well,
he's probably
right?
Yes.
banned from YouTube. He's probably shadow banned. I don't think I banned.
I'm sorry.
I don't even know who that is.
Do you
What's his screen name?
recognize or do you remember
Maybe I can
seeing
look it
the
up and
person
see if he's banned or
behind
not.
Mr. Rosenbaum?
No.
You don't remember seeing Mr. Zeminski? Okay. Now, you had said that Mr. Rosenbaum was yelling at people,
Yes.
okay? And he's yelling in a crowd of people, right? We're talking about the Ultimate gas station.
No.
You remember seeing him at the Ultimate gas station or not?
No.
So where did you see him in particular?
I saw him on the corner of 59th and Sheridan.
And when he was on, tell me if this is fair, when he's on the corner of 59th and Sheridan, he is yelling, "Shoot me," and then he uses the N-word.
Yes.
He's a white
So
guy
he's
saying the
"Shoot
N-word.
me,
That's correct.
N-word, shoot me, N-word.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
And just set the backdrop here, he's saying this at a protest for an African-American man who was shot by the police.
Correct.
And while he's saying, "Shoot me, N-word," do you remember people behind yelling or chanting, "Black Lives Matter"?
I don't recall.
Do you remember that night hearing people saying, "Black
Yeah.
Lives Matter"?
Yes.
Okay. Are people reacting to him?
In a negative
Hold on.
manner.
Are they reacting to him when he's screaming the N-word at a Jacob Blake protest?
In a negative manner, yes.
Okay.
I didn't hear you. In a what manner?
In a negative.
Okay.
In a negative manner, yes.
How?
Stepping away from him.
Okay, so they're separate, if I have it right. They're trying to disassociate themselves with the guy screaming racial epithets at a Black Lives Matter rally.
Yes.
And you had said that he is, now I'll ask you this. At 59th Street, are there other people around?
Yes.
So it's not a situation, you had said that you didn't feel threatened.
Correct.
It wasn't a situation, though, where you were one-on-one with Mr. Rosenbaum, was it?
It was not correct.
Okay, so there's other people, are there other people that are protecting the business there as well?
Yes.
Okay, so you have support, for lack of a better term.
Yes.
And you had said that, let me ask you this. You said you didn't view him as a threat. Would that have changed at all if you were alone with him?
No.
You didn't view him as a threat?
Not at all.
Did he ever threaten to kill you?
No.
Did he ever say to you, "If I get you alone, you're dead"?
No.
You said that he was false stepping towards you, right?
Yes.
Okay. Did he ever do more than that? Did he ever come actually after you?
No.
If he would have done that, would have made you more concerned?
Situation dictates.
Okay. Well, if I'm false stepping on you, okay, would you be more concerned instead of me false stepping if I'm coming?
False stepping.
Yes.
That's the name of my next album.
Fair, right? I mean,
Yes.
I'm then in your personal space, and you have a gun too, right?
Yes.
So one of the things I could do is take that gun from you.
Yes.
Try to.
Yes.
And if I threatened to kill you if I saw you that night, and then I'm running full speed at you and I'm going for your gun, Are those all things you would have considered when making a decision what to do against somebody like me?
A threat to my life, yes.
Now, you had mentioned that people were throwing chlorine gas bombs. Is that
Yes.
correct? I don't know if we've ever actually established what one of those is. It's a homemade device.
Yes.
Okay. And can you tell me what you saw that night in terms of these homemade gas bombs?
A water bottle with substance in it. You shake it up, throw it, and then it gets to a point where it explodes. Because of the chemical reaction.
Okay, and then does it release some form of gas?
Yes.
And were you guys on 59th Street getting hit with those?
Yes.
And you were also getting hit with, now you say rocks. There's been testimony that people were taking chunks of concrete or cement, breaking them on the ground and throwing those.
Yes.
Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay, so I know rocks come in different shapes and sizes, but we're talking about chunks of concrete, yes?
Yes, sir.
All right. And I think you had mentioned in your statement to the FBI that Mr. Rosenbaum was one of the most aggressive people that you had encountered that night.
Yes.
And is that true?
Yes.
That has stood the test of time in terms
Yes.
of your recollections? Yes?
Yes.
Okay. There was some conversation that you had with Attorney Binger about your interaction with Kyle on on Sheridan Road as he's running north.
Yes.
He never stops running, correct?
He stopped running to talk to me.
For how long?
I couldn't tell you the time span.
Okay, well, I want to see if we can do this. Is it minutes?
It seemed like seconds.
Okay. If you know, are there people behind him running after him?
I don't recall.
Okay. Did you hear anything of people yelling?
At one point, somebody did shout, "Get him."
All right. So I'm going to show you if I can, and it only works on this video, so Judge, do you mind if he steps?
Go ahead.
Sorry. If you can, well, if we can do it. Yeah, I might. All right, perfect.
Ed Myron Buttle. No, he's not banned. Hold on a second. I'll check.
Yeah, it says out of order.
So Tom, yeah, thank you. This is the so
Mega, look up on Google how to check if people are banned, but unless Desolator Magic banned him yesterday, which I don't think that he did, he's fine. He must have got banned from YouTube.
front page of the
He must have got shadow banned from YouTube itself. But I'm still looking anyways.
The identifying document for the video. Go ahead. Received.
No, you can.
No. Well, okay. It's your the defendant cannot currently see the screen. Oh, it's up now. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I'll stay out of it.
There's a screen there too.
I'll stay out of it. Okay. Oh, and he's got one there.
Judge Rogan.
All right.
Okay.
All right, we got.
Alright, try it now. I fixed it. Ed Myron, try talking now. I believe that I fixed it.
That dude shot him. That nigga just shot that dude. Cranium that boy. He just shot a man.
Are you in this?
Yeah, I think Desolator Magic must have banned you last night for some reason, or yesterday.
I can't tell.
But you're
From your
unblocked
recollection, are you
now.
walking south on Sheridan Road?
So, there you go. I see your shit.
Yes.
Okay. So, is this about the location where you made contact with Mr. Rittenhouse?
Somebody must have banned you, not me though.
Approximately, yes.
Okay. Can you play the video? Is that you right there, Mr. Rittenhouse?
Yes.
Okay, so you have a brief conversation with Mr. Rittenhouse, is that right?
Yes.
Okay, can you play it for one more second? Okay, and I'm not being critical. You keep walking then north on Sheridan?
Yes.
Okay. And you heard on the tape things like people saying cranium that boy, right? Cranium, like your head. Cranium that boy.
On the tape, yes.
Do you recall hearing that evening?
No.
Okay. Now, you had told the FBI that Mr. Rittenhouse said to you, I didn't shoot anybody, but I need help.
Yes.
Now, you'd agree, well, tell me if you'd agree. The statement that makes more sense is, I did shoot somebody and I need help. Right? Why would he need help if he didn't shoot someone? Right?
Yes.
Okay. So, again, I'm not being critical. How certain are you that in fact he didn't say, I did shoot someone and I need help, versus I didn't shoot someone, but I need help?
I don't honestly recall.
Okay. Are you after Mr. Rittenhouse leaves you and is running north on Sheridan Road, do you hear or see, if you recall, any of the people that are yelling at him and running toward him? Do you remember seeing and hearing that?
Yes, there was some individuals running toward
Yeah, I have no idea why you
They
were
were
banned
running to
again,
the
like I
north.
said. But I see all your shit. Hi, hello. How are you, Myron?
Do you
Cheers.
remember
Welcome
hearing
back. I don't know what happened.
them
Cheers,
people
bitch.
yelling at him or not?
Outside of individuals saying get him, no.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
Outside of an individual saying get him, no.
Okay, so you at least heard one person yell, "Get him."
Yes.
And is it at that point then that you kind of, I think you told Mr. Binger, at that point you had kind of blacked out?
Yes.
Okay, and can you tell us what that means to you?
It's when you just go through the motions. I guess it's when your body just goes through the motions, and you're kind of like the lights on, nobody's home, kind of deal. It's when your body hits to a certain point of stress to where it just goes through the motions.
Okay, so in high stressful situations, your recollection of events for you becomes difficult,
Yes.
at least in this situation.
In this scenario, yes.
And you make, or then what you recall is making contact with Gage Grosskreutz.
Yes.
Okay. Do you have that photo? I'm sorry? Now, do you remember where you made contact with him? Are you on Sheridan Road?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember the location? If you look at the map, does that help you? So this is 63rd, and that's 59th, up next from St. James Church. Do you remember where you are?
Oh, just before the intersection.
Okay. And that's a picture of Mr. Grosskreutz, right?
Yes.
Okay. And in that picture, he's holding a black pistol.
Yes.
does that appear to be, or look, I can't say does it appear to look like the pistol that you located on the ground?
Yes.
All right. That pistol that you located on the ground, you had said I think I'm going to use your term, you dumped the magazine, right?
I had dropped the magazine, then cleared the chamber. Yes.
Dropped. So the magazine is for lack of a better term, if we see TV or whatever, it's the thing that goes into the grip of the gun that holds bullets, right?
Correct.
Okay. And there was a magazine with bullets in there?
Correct.
And then you said you cleared the chamber. What
Correct.
Does that mean?
It's when you take the top of the slide and rack it back.
Okay, so like you'll see on television or whatever, they pull it back and then the bullet can fly out?
Correct.
Does there have to be a bullet in the chamber to fire the gun?
Yes.
Was there a bullet in that chamber?
Yes.
So, in your training and experience with firearms, was that gun ready to be fired?
Yes.
So, in the past with some witnesses, Mr. Binger has asked them if they had shot anyone that night. And what I want to do is just ask you a couple questions about you that night, okay? Fair to say, no one verbally threatened to kill you, did they?
Not that I recall, no.
No one actually chased you, did they?
Not that I recall, no.
Did anybody ever say to you, forgive me, you won't do shit, motherfucker?
No.
No one ever said that
No.
to you?
You won't do shit,
anybody
motherfucker.
ever,
Shoot me, N-word. Shoot me.
Well, were you alone at various
Ed Myron.
Yes.
military training?
Yes.
Okay. Did you ever feel there was a situation where somebody had kind of snuck up on you or ambushed you that night?
No.
Is it fair to say the reason that you didn't use your firearm that night is nobody had attacked you that night, right?
There's no need for it.
Now, after the shooting, you had said that you put out a truck that was on fire by Car Source.
Yes.
We call it Car Source 3, but it's Car Source on 63rd.
Yes.
And that, by happenstance, there was a fire extinguisher located close to that?
Yes.
Did you ever see Kyle walking back toward the police line on 60 or on 59th or 60th here? Did you ever see him walking back this direction after you had contact with him down here?
No.
Okay, so you don't know what happened after that?
No.
I just have one or two more questions for you. I just want to make sure that we're clear on your contact or interaction with Mr. Rosenbaum. Now, you had said that you had witnessed people pushing a dumpster, a lit dumpster in the road. Is that right?
I did not know.
You did not see that?
No.
Okay. Were you ever at the Ultimate gas station then?
I walked past it, talked to some individuals there, and then just kept on my merry way.
Okay, so the contact, when you heard Mr. Rittenhouse screaming, I'm sorry, Mr. Rosenbaum screaming the racial epithets and saying, shoot me, it wasn't at this location,
No.
it was at another location?
Correct.
Okay. this when you left for the evening. You had driven down there, right?
Correct.
Was your vehicle damaged?
Yes.
How?
I had a smashed back window and a smashed front windscreen.
I'm sorry, front.
Windscreen or windshield. Yeah.
Okay. So you drove back to wherever you were with a smashed up vehicle?
Yes.
I think I just have one more question.
Is everyone enjoying this week of Kyle Rittenhouse Child's Chill Shizbang YouTube streams? I'm enjoying it. Drama free. Hanging out in the morning. It's all cool, dude.
So, if I can ask you this sort of Kuski, is that the fire extinguisher, if you recall, that you used to put out the fire in the truck that's next to it?
Yes.
Okay. That's all I have, Judge. Thank you.
How much redirect do you have? All right, let's take a break. Please don't talk about. Please don't talk about the case. during
Break
the
time.
Read, watch, or listen to any account of the trial.
Alright, so how's everyone enjoying the trial? Like I said, we're just chilling. I'm not going to make a lot of comments. It's up to you guys to make comments and decide, chat with each other what the fuck you think is going to happen. I thought after watching the Chauvin trial that Kyle had a chance of getting railroaded. But right now it's looking to be the opposite. It seems like he's gonna get off. So, fuck yeah, dude. It's all good. Good shit. I like this judge, Ed Myron. The judge was talking to the court reporter. He said, "How long has this witness been in the stand? 2 weeks?" Oh my god. Did you hear the judge make fun of the prosecutor on hot mic? That's funny, man. Loving it, Shiz. Thanks for streaming. I replay what I missed while working later in the night. Yeah. So this stuff persists on YouTube. We're not getting rid of it. And it's cool because the chat, you can watch the chat too. And even though it's a little slower, it's a little more chill than our Twitch stuff, I enjoy the laid back attitude. It's not up to me to entertain people. It's like we're hanging out together, watching the trial together. That's really what it is. And when I'm hanging out with my friends, I let them talk. And I listen. So that's what this is. And you guys are the real ones coming to hang out, watch this shit live with me. You guys are the real ones. Thank you. But you know, it's all cool. It's all fun. Hell yeah, brothers. Alright, time to cheers up. Grab your motherfucking bud. Grab your alcohol. Grab your White Claws. Grab your fruity drinks. Grab your beers. Are you ready? 3, 2, 1. Drink! Yum. Are people still protesting outside the courthouse? If there are, I haven't seen any. I don't have any proof or evidence of that. Did you miss anything substantial? Yeah, you missed the first round of examination and cross-examination. So it was pretty substantial. Anyone want to fill them in? Twitch gave you the boot again? No, they did not. But I'm not streaming the trial on Twitch, and here's why. A lot of the evidence that they present in trial, which is shown on video, is against Twitch TOS, their terms of service. If I were to show this on Twitch, I would get banned. So I'm preemptively streaming the trial, not on Twitch. Although I have far less viewers, it's a more chill attitude in the chat, and furthermore, I'm not going to get banned. And I want to watch the Rittenhouse trials, and I still want to stream. And if it were all about money to me, I would be on Twitch not watching this shit. But for me, it's about having a good time and doing what the fuck I want to do. And pro-America. So that's why we're streaming the Rittenhouse trials on YouTube, not on Twitch. Don't want to get banned. I'm not banned. I could stream on Twitch right now if I wanted to. So I'm just letting you know what the dealio is there. Before I left, last week I was telling everyone to come to my YouTube channel and watch this shit, so hopefully everybody listened to me. Out by see camera movement. Remember when the defense lawyer said the N-word? Yes, I do. That must have not went over well because nobody else has said it since. Yeah, he really did come out and say the hard N live on the internet. Not great, but hey, he was trying to make a point, and he was quoting what one of those dudes said. So, all right, here we go. Come on, stop being a soybean. Make it happen, make it happen. Shizbang declares recess over. Recess over. Come back. There you go. Listen to Judge Shizbang.
Would you come down, please?
I am the captain, and I have a supreme authority over maritime law. And I demand this recess over. He's talking, but he's muted. What kind of bullshit is that, huh? All right, here we go.
Right, Mr. Binger.
Mr. Lukowski, I just have a few follow-up questions after Attorney Chirafisi had questioned you. At any point in that evening, did you receive a report that you or other folks guarding 59th Street needed to go down to 63rd to put out a fire?
No.
Or to deal with any sort of property damage at that location?
No.
So when you decided to go down there in the end, it was simply because you heard gunshots?
Yes.
You were asked about your FBI statement regarding what you heard the defendant say.
Yes.
That was a statement that you gave to the FBI on September 1st of 2020. Does that sound right?
Yes.
That would have been about 6 or 7 days after the incident occurred?
Yes.
Was your memory of what occurred on the night of August 25th fresher in your mind at the time you spoke to the interview than it is today?
Correct.
When you spoke with the FBI, did they identify themselves as law enforcement agents?
Yes.
Did you understand that they were there to ask you about what had happened on the night of August 25th?
Yes.
At that time, did you know that 2 people had been killed that night?
Yes.
Did you feel that you had a responsibility to cooperate with the investigation?
Yes.
Did you feel like you wanted to be as open and honest with the FBI agents as possible?
Yes.
Did you feel like you wanted to give them as much information as you could about the events of that night?
Yes.
When you spoke to them, did you tell them the truth?
Yes.
Did you understand that if you lied to law enforcement, that that would potentially be criminal activity?
Yes.
And when you spoke to the FBI, you were clear with them about what the defendant had said to you when you met him on the street. Is that right?
At that point, when I recollected, yes.
The reason I ask that is because
explain.
Sure. When Attorney Chirafisi was asking you, I think you said you weren't sure, as you sit here today, what the defendant said. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Is that because over the last 14 months, some of the details are no longer as clear to you as they were when you spoke to the FBI on September 1st, 2020?
Yes.
Your statement to the FBI, where you told them Rittenhouse's face was pale white, and he stated that he didn't shoot anyone but needed help. That was accurate, correct?
Yes.
Was it accurate that he stated that, or that was accurate as the fact?
Do
It
you
was
understand?
accurate that I had stated that at that point in time, yes.
And was that, in fact, what the defendant had said to you?
From what I recollect at that point in time, yes.
You characterized Mr. Rosenbaum and the way people around him were reacting to him, and I think you used the word they were disassociating from him. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Did you see anyone else that appeared to be friendly towards Mr. Rosenbaum, or somebody that he was in association with or accompanying that night?
Not that I recall, no.
Did he appear to be solo?
Not that I recall.
I'm a little confused, so help me understand. Did he appear to be in the company of any other people?
I was confused at that. There was people around him, but I'm not sure if they were associated with him.
Did you see anyone that you felt was associated with him or accompanying him or anything like that?
Not that I recall, no.
You were shown a photograph which has been marked exhibit number 14, and you were asked to identify Mr. Rosenbaum, and you were asked about this person behind him. Do you have any idea who that was?
No, sir.
Do you recall seeing that person at any point on the night of August 25th?
No.
Could we please show an excerpt from exhibit 18? Mr. Lukowski, there is a female in this almost center of the video, a little center left, with a backpack on and a dark shirt and blue jeans. Do you see that person?
Yes.
Do you recall ever seeing that person on the night of August 25th?
No.
And I'll state for the record for the jury, there's no dispute. That is Kelly Zeminski, and standing next to her is Joshua Zeminski, whose face can be seen here in exhibit number 40, just for the record. With regard to those two people that I've drawn your attention to, were they around Mr. Rosenbaum when Mr. Rosenbaum was stepping at you and saying the things he was saying? Do you
No.
recall?
Not that I recall.
You characterize Mr. Rosenbaum as the most aggressive person out there that night. Is that fair to say?
From my recollection, yes.
Did you ever see him physically harm anyone?
No.
Did you ever hear him threaten to physically harm anyone?
No.
At any point on the evening of August 25th, did you personally witness anyone physically harm anyone else?
No.
You mentioned that at one point you walked past the Ultimate gas station. And just so we're clear, the Ultimate gas station is right here on the southeast corner of 60th and Sheridan. Do you see where I'm pointing at?
Yes.
And you know, you're from, as you sit here today, you're familiar with that location? Is that a yes?
Yes. Sorry.
Is that the location that you're talking about that you passed by at one point?
Yes.
What I want to ask is, where in the timeline did that occur?
Right when I got there, I had parked my vehicle on the one street over, and then I walked up. I think this is 60th.
Would you be able to use that pointer to show us what you just described?
I parked somewhere back here, and then I walked up 60th.
Okay. So you're pointing along what I think is 8th Avenue, is that right, guys? 8th Avenue there by Library Park, and then walked up to 60th and headed west on 60th.
Yes.
And that was the only time in the evening when you passed by the Ultimate, that you stopped at the Ultimate gas station?
Yes.
The final thing I want to inquire about is the folks that were shouting as you encountered Mr. Rittenhouse and Mr. Rittenhouse was running north on Sheridan. I think the one thing that you've described hearing is the words "get him." Is
Yes.
that right? Do you recall any other specific words that the crowd was saying?
No.
I'm going to try and ask you to put yourself back in the mindset of that night, at that moment when you heard that. Who did you think the him was?
I'm not too sure, to be honest.
Was it obvious to you that the him was the defendant, Kyle Rittenhouse?
No.
At that moment in time, did you have any reason to believe that the defendant had shot anyone?
No.
Did you have any reason to believe that when people are shouting or pointing or doing whatever, that they were meaning the defendant, Kyle Rittenhouse?
No.
I have no further questions.
Can you recross?
I do briefly. When you heard "get him," you didn't know that Mr. Rittenhouse had shot Mr. Rosenbaum, right?
Correct.
Okay. Would it be fair to say, though, whoever they were yelling "get him" to, that person had something to be concerned about?
Yes.
And Mr. Binger asked you, did you see Mr. Rosenbaum yell at anyone or threaten anyone, right?
Correct.
Okay. Did you hear anybody else demanding to be shot that evening other than Mr. Rosenbaum?
No.
Did you hear any other white people using racial epithets in the way that Mr. Rosenbaum was using them that evening?
Not that I can recall, no.
Now, I just want to clarify your statement to the FBI. Okay, when Kyle made contact with you, was that in the portion of your statement or your testimony where you don't have a good recollection of it? You had said you had blacked out. Was that during
After the meeting with that little meeting, I guess I had with Kyle, and then I had followed him down, and I heard gunshots behind me, and then I had heard gunshots behind me once again. At that point, next thing I remember is seeing Gage.
Okay, so I'm not being critical about this, but you hear what you believe to be a rifle shots fired near 63rd and Sheridan.
Yes.
You see Kyle Rittenhouse running in your direction.
Yes.
You hear people yelling, "Get him."
Yes.
He tells you, whether he says, "I just shot somebody" or "I didn't shoot somebody, but I need help," at that point, you don't suspect that he may have been the person who shot someone?
It didn't cross my mind, no.
Is that in part because he wasn't aggressive during the night?
I'm going to object.
Correct.
This is beyond the scope.
They never used
Even if it
VLC
is,
player.
I
They never
don't
used
limit
it.
here strictly to
They were
this.
always using fucking Macintosh GarageBand or
You
some
wouldn't have a reason
old
to
school
believe he
Windows bullshit.
Shot someone because he wasn't acting aggressive. When I say he, meaning Mr. Rittenhouse.
Correct.
My final question is this. As you sit here now and think about that statement, does it make more logical sense to you that he would have said that he shot somebody and he needs help versus he didn't shoot somebody but needs help?
I'm going to object, Your Honor. This is beyond the scope. It's been asked and answered, and the record is clear that this witness has testified to what the defendant has said.
Why don't you rephrase your question?
Well,
The first part, they asked and answered, as I said, we're here to develop the facts for the jury. And we all have seen abuses where people lie back and hold their questions until they're into a redirect or a recross. But I haven't seen that from either side in this case, so I'm not going to swerve from my usual indulgence with these kinds of things. But on the second point, I think the question should be restructured.
So I know that you've testified about what you believe you heard that night, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, what I'm asking that you do is, have you looked at your statement since you gave it? Have you ever read your statement?
A few days ago, and then in the court.
Who had you read your statement?
Myself.
Who gave it to you? Sorry.
I did.
Okay, so you met with Mr. Binger?
Yes.
I want to be clear. Is this his statement or a statement, a summary made by the FBI?
Yeah, fair enough.
Okay.
So the statement that Mr. Binger provided to you was a statement written by the FBI saying what you told them?
Yes.
Okay. So remembering that, now my question to you was this. Having read that statement, and the portion I'm talking about is what Kyle said to you, does it make more logical sense to you today, or when you had, and he can shake his head if he wants, while you're sitting here now, why would he need help if he didn't shoot someone?
I'm going to object.
Argumentative.
Okay. I have no other questions. Thank you.
Okay.
I have one final question, Your Honor. Mr. Wachowski, you said you didn't think the get him was aimed at Mr. Rittenhouse, right?
Yes.
At that moment in time, you didn't think Mr. Rittenhouse shot anybody because he said he didn't shoot anybody, correct?
Correct.
Thank you.
Okay, then you may step down, sir. I mean, they don't just fax those?
They don't just fax those? Alright, we have hopefully something good happening here, chat.
Call Amber Rasmussen.
Raise your right hand. Solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in this matter be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
You may be seated.
Can you please state your name and spell it for the benefit of the court reporter?
Amber Rasmussen, AmberRasmussen.
And where are you employed?
I am employed at the Wisconsin State Crime Laboratory in Milwaukee.
And what is your position there?
I am a DNA analyst in the DNA analysis unit.
And how long have you been a DNA analyst?
I have been employed as a DNA analyst for just over 10 years.
And what is your educational background?
I have a Bachelor's of Science in Biology and Human Biology from the University of Wisconsin, Green Bay, as well as a Master's of Science in Forensic Science from Marshall University.
And what are your primary duties as a forensic scientist in DNA analysis?
As a DNA analyst, we will receive evidence analyze that evidence for any possible biological materials, attempt to develop a DNA profile from that evidence, make any comparisons to known individuals, write a report on our findings, and testify to those findings in court if needed.
And have you received any specialized training in the areas of DNA analysis?
Yes, in addition to my education, I also received approximately 9 months of on-the-job training prior to being signed off as a full DNA analyst. I also undergo annual training and review current literature.
And are you a member of any professional organizations related to forensic science?
Yes, I am a member of both the Midwest Association of Forensic Science as well as the American Academy of Forensic Sciences.
And is your laboratory accredited by any organization?
Yes, we are accredited by, it's ANAB, which is an acronym for another acronym, but it is American National Accreditation Board, ASQ, National Accreditation Board.
And is there any sort of proficiency testing or peer reviewing that you participate at your laboratory?
Yes, we participate in both proficiency testing and peer review. Proficiency testing is when an external company provides us a test with known results, and we work that test as if it were a case and send our results back to them, and they verify that we obtained the correct results on that case. Peer review or technical review is when another analyst evaluates our work and work we did on a case, and they review every case. Another trained analyst will review every case that we work within the lab.
And what actually is what people commonly refer to as DNA? What actually is it?
DNA is often referred to as the building block of life. It is present in all living things. It is the same throughout your body. It is unique to each individual except for identical twins, and it's what makes you who you are. It's what makes you a human. It's what determines your genetic characteristics.
And how do
I
you
think
test
it's all
for
going to
DNA?
pop off
What's the
around
process
Wisconsin, and I will try to record
So
it.
for forensic testing, we look at areas of DNA that aren't typically associated with physical characteristics. They are areas often referred to as junk DNA, but we have found these areas that vary from individual to individual, and one individual may have the same DNA type at a location as another, but when we look at multiple types, that will vary from person to person, and we can use that totality of DNA types within an individual's DNA profile to differentiate between DNA from different people.
Now, when I read these reports, there's something called an STR. What is an STR?
An STR is a specific reference to the type of DNA we look at. STR stands for short tandem repeat, which is the small repeated sequences of DNA that we use for our analysis.
And is that kind of analysis a commonly or generally accepted procedure in forensic science?
Yes, it is.
And how do you go about doing a STR DNA analysis?
So first we will take an item of evidence, whether it is swabs or clothing, and we will take a sample from that item, and we will subject that sample to a series of reagents in order to break open any cells that may be present, clean up that sample from anything that is not DNA, and end up with a small volume of liquid that contains purified DNA. We will then take that small sample and count how much DNA is present and run it through our system to make copies of those areas that we use in our analysis.
Now, I've placed a document in front of you that has been labeled in another way, Exhibit 22. Can you please take a look at that document and tell me if you recognize it?
Is this the document?
Yes.
Okay. Yes, this is a copy of my confidential report of laboratory findings for laboratory case R20-2992, dated June 25th, 2021. And I can tell that it is my report because there is my signature on the first page and my initials on each subsequent page.
So did you review that report before coming to testify today?
Yes.
And is this, as far as you can, is this a true and accurate copy of your report?
Yes.
I'd like to move Exhibit 22 into evidence. Now, in this case, is this case related to the Kyle Rittenhouse? This report related to the Kyle Rittenhouse case?
Yes.
And what did you receive to test for DNA in this case?
In this case, we received 3 sets of swabs from a firearm, 2 sets of swabs from an ammunition magazine, and 3 standard or reference samples from known individuals.
What is a standard or reference sample?
A standard or reference is a sample that is directly collected from a person, and we use that to establish what that individual's DNA profile is, and we can then use that for comparison to any questioned evidentiary profiles we obtain.
In the 3 standards, in this case, you received from Joseph Rosenbaum, Anthony Huber, and Kyle Rittenhouse?
Yes.
Now, Kyle Rittenhouse's standards is called a buccal swab. What is that?
A buccal swab is a swab of the buccal cells, which are the inside of your cheek, contains buccal cells. So these are basically swabs that are taken from the inside of a person's mouth.
And the ones from Mr. Rosenbaum and Mr. Huber are dried blood standards. What are those?
Dried blood standards are when blood is applied to usually a card, and then we can take a sample of that blood to develop a profile.
So you can get the DNA from the dried blood.
Yes.
And you talked about swabs from a firearm and from some ammunition magazines. Can you describe how that process is done?
Which part of the process?
I'm sorry. What do you mean by swabs? Like, what do you actually receive?
So in this case, what was received were envelopes containing swab boxes, which are small boxes that contain basically a wooden stick with cotton on the end, a long-handled Q-tip. And each of those boxes was marked as having been collected from a different area of either the firearm or from a magazine. In this case, there was 1 set of swabs marked as having been collected from a trigger, another from a barrel guard, and another from a pistol grip, and then 2 sets from a magazine. And what we do is we will cut off the cotton portion of that swab, and that is what proceeds in our testing to try to develop a DNA profile.
So is it your understanding that someone would have taken that swab, swabbed the parts or the items that are listed, and then packaged it up and sent them to you?
Yes.
So it's being represented to you that the gun has been swabbed by these Q-tips?
Yes.
Or not technically Q-tip, but. Now, did you find any DNA on any of those swabs?
Yes.
Where did you find DNA?
There was DNA detected on all 5 of those evidentiary items.
And what did you do once DNA was detected?
I attempted to develop a profile from each of those, and then attempted to interpret those profiles and make any comparisons to those.
Now, for the trigger swab, was there any DNA found from the trigger swab?
Yes.
And who was the source of that DNA?
A single source male profile was obtained from the swabs from the trigger, and Kyle Rittenhouse is the source of that DNA profile.
Now, the next finding is swabs from the barrel guard. Is that a part of a gun?
Yes.
And what were the findings on the barrel guard?
The barrel guard contained a mixture of DNA, so there was DNA present from at least 2 people. This contained DNA from at least 1 male. And assuming that there were 2 people present, I was able to do a comparison to each of the 3 different individuals in this case. Would you like me to read those results?
Definitely not
Let me
used to
ask you one
shiz
question
being
before you
laid
do
back
that.
and
You said
quiet.
you
Nothing wrong with it,
used
but this is not normal.
Process or
Yeah, this
procedure
is
called
me on
STR
YouTube.
mix.
I'm watching
Briefly, what is that?
STR
the trial
Mix is
just
a
like you.
software program
I'm
that
trying not
helps us
to
to interpret
interfere
DNA and analyze
and interrupt.
DNA profiles, and it also helps to perform
on
comparisons
Twitch.
to the DNA
I am there
profiles.
to help and
Is
entertain
this
you.
the
I'm there to
standard use
entertain
when
you.
There are potential mixtures.
On
It is
YouTube,
most
I'm
often
here to
used for
sit back
mixtures, yes.
and watch this stuff
Is
with
it
you like
only
I was your
in the lab
quiet,
using
stoned, and
22
drunk
swabs?
friend on the couch
We
next to
do,
you.
in certain cases,
You
we
can
do
ask me
have,
questions and I'll answer.
We can not
But
use
I'm
the
not
software
gonna-
and we can do a manual
I'm not going to
interpretation.
interject with a lot of stuff today.
Now, what
and
were
it's
your
also the
findings on
morning,
the barrel guard?
which I'm not used to being entertaining in the
For
morning.
the barrel guard, this was a two-person
When I get back on
mixture,
Twitch-
and assuming there are two people present
After this shit,
we
it'll be normal.
compared two different hypotheses or propositions.
But this is just the way
or
that it is
explanations
right
for the
now.
data. The first explanation
Love it or hate it,
is
that's
that
just the way that it
this
is.
DNA profile
But I love you
came
too,
from
buddy.
the person
Nothing
of
but love
interest
to you
in
too.
an unknown individual, and the second is it came from two unknown individuals. So in this case, there were three different persons of interest, which were each compared separately to that mixture profile. There was strong support for exclusion for Joseph D. Rosenbaum. It is at least 70,000 times more likely to observe the DNA profile if it is a mixture from two unknown individuals than it is a mixture resulting from Joseph Rosenbaum and an unknown individual. There is very strong support for exclusion for Anthony M. Huber in this mixture. It is at least 2 billion times more likely to observe this DNA profile if it is a mixture resulting from two unknown individuals than Anthony M. Huber and another unknown individual. And there is very strong support for inclusion for Kyle H. Rittenhouse. It is at least 1 quadrillion times more likely to observe this DNA profile if it is a mixture resulting from Kyle
Quadrillion,
Rittenhouse and
holy
an unknown
fuck.
individual than if it is a mixture resulting from two unknown individuals.
So, am I understanding that there's strong support to exclude Joseph Rosenbaum and Anthony Huber on that DNA on that DNA analysis, but very strong support to include Kyle Rittenhouse?
Yes.
Now, were the next item is the swabs from the pistol grip. What were the results from that? Was that also with the STR mix?
This was also a two-person mixture, including at least one male, and it was also interpreted using the StarMix software.
So, what were the findings on that item?
Because this was a two-person mixture, our possible explanations are the same. We have either the person of interest in an unknown or two unknown individuals. And for the pistol grip, there is strong support for exclusion for Joseph D. Rosenbaum. It is at least 657,000 times more likely to observe this profile if it is a mixture resulting from two unknown individuals than if it is a mixture resulting from Joseph D. Rosenbaum and another unknown individual. There is strong support for exclusion for Anthony M. Huber. It is at least 13,000 times more likely to observe this profile if it is a mixture from two unknown individuals than if it is a mixture from Anthony M. Huber and another unknown individual. And there is very strong support for inclusion for Kyle H. Rittenhouse. It is at least 1 quadrillion times more likely to observe this DNA profile if it is a mixture resulting from Kyle Rittenhouse and an unknown than if it is a mixture from two unknown individuals.
Is it fair to say that's essentially the same findings as the swabs from the barrel guard, but the numbers and the likelihoods are different?
They are similar conclusions, yes.
Now, the next item is the magazine swabs. What were your findings from the magazine swabs?
There were 2 sets of magazine swabs submitted in this case. The first set was a low-level 2-person mixture that contained DNA from at least one male. And this was also interpreted with StarMix.
And what were the results?
There is moderate support for exclusion for Joseph D. Rosenbaum. It is at least 2,670 times more likely to observe this DNA profile if it is a mixture from two unknown individuals than if it is a mixture from Joseph D. Rosenbaum and an unknown individual. The conclusion was uninformative for Anthony M. Huber. The statistical value generated for his comparison has been seen for both individuals known to be included in a mixture and known not to be included. So our laboratory will not make a conclusion in this statistical range. There is very strong support for inclusion for Kyle H. Rittenhouse. It is at least 1 quadrillion times more likely to observe this DNA profile if it is a mixture resulting from Kyle Rittenhouse and an unknown than if it is a mixture resulting from 2 unknown individuals.
Now, so in terms of Mr. Huber, you cannot either exclude or include him.
Correct. The amount of DNA present from the second contributor, and this is a low-level mixture, there was less information present, so we are less able to make a definitive answer one way or another.
What is a low-level mixture?
Low level just means that there isn't much DNA present, or not our ideal amount of DNA for performing an interpretation. So there is less DNA than a full profile from all of the contributors to the mixture.
Does there have to be a certain amount or a certain quality of DNA present in order for your laboratory to continue with testing?
We have a threshold where, so we count how, I mentioned earlier, we count how much DNA is in a sample, and we have a threshold where we have determined we may get results. Anything below that does not continue in our laboratory process. But as far as once results are generated, we will see if we can make comparisons. Sometimes there isn't enough data to make comparisons.
Now, the last item here is the second set of magazine swabs. What were the findings there?
This was also a low-level 2-person mixture with at least 1 male present, and this was also interpreted using the StarMix software.
And again, what were the findings?
The presence of Josen D. Rosenbaum's DNA within this mixture was uninformative. Statistical values in this range have been observed for both individuals known to be included in a mixture and known to not be included in a mixture. So we will not make a conclusion regarding his presence of DNA in the mixture. Anthony M. Huber was also uninformative. Statistical values such as those obtained for his profile are inconclusive, and we will not make a conclusion. And Kyle H. Rittenhouse, there was strong support for inclusion of his profile within the mixture. It is at least 874,000 times more likely to observe the DNA profile if it is a mixture resulting from Kyle Rittenhouse and an unknown individual than if it is a mixture resulting from 2 unknown individuals.
What is touch DNA?
Touch DNA is the term that is often used to refer to the DNA that is transferred to an item when a person touches or handles it.
And is it more or less likely to transfer DNA in a touch DNA situation than, say, if bleeding onto an item?
Body fluids are a definite good source of DNA. Touch DNA will vary greatly in the amount of DNA contained in the resulting sample. It will vary based on how long the object was handled, how much friction or pressure was involved, how recently that individual had washed their hands, if they had touched their face prior to touching the item. There are quite a number of factors. So touch DNA has much more variance in the quality of DNA obtained.
So, assuming your hand is not bleeding or doesn't have any sort of other bodily fluid on it, what kind of cells would you be expecting to find if it's touch DNA? Like, from where in the body or what fluids in the body?
Touch DNA is often from skin cells or transferred from, as I said, usually touching your face is the most likely source of DNA. Or touching any other items may also be a secondary transfer of DNA.
So if I touch this television here briefly, I may or may not leave DNA behind on it.
You probably left DNA behind. Whether it was enough to be detectable via our methods is a different question.
But if I sat here and touched it for a longer period of time, or if my hands were particularly sweaty, would it be fair to say that it'd be more likely there'd be enough DNA to test?
Yes.
Now, we in the courtroom have seen a video that shows Mr. Huber making contact with the firearm that was in question here. how could it be that Mr. Huber makes contact with the firearm and does not leave DNA behind?
As far as leaving DNA behind or being detected on the samples we received, touch DNA, again, can vary. There may have been very little DNA on his hands when he handled that object. It may have been wiped away later. The sample may have been exposed to heat or moisture or undergone a duration of time before it was collected, and all of those things will limit the amount of DNA that can be detected.
Is it true, let me ask it this way, does your lab have restrictions on what they will accept in terms of items for simply touch DNA analysis?
Yes.
And why is that, to the best of your knowledge?
We have submission guidelines for touch DNA items. They are less likely to result in usable DNA profiles, and we will not accept touch DNA items on nonviolent cases.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
Cross-examine.
Can I ask you, Ms. Rasmussen, when you get a sample to be tested, who tells you what area, in this case, so there's a firearm, right? You test?
The DNA unit did not receive the firearm itself in this case.
What did you receive?
We received swabs that were collected from a firearm.
Okay. And so when law enforcement sends those to you, they tell you this swab was taken from this area of the firearm or this area of the firearm, and we'd like you to test it. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Would you agree that you never got a swab from the barrel of that gun?
The barrel guard was the closest, to my knowledge, that was obtained from the barrel of the gun.
Do you know what a barrel guard is?
I do not.
Okay. You'd agree, however, it's listed barrel guard. There's nothing on here listing barrel of gun.
Correct.
Okay. So if, for example, Joseph Rosenbaum touched the barrel of that gun, we'll never know that, right?
I have no way of determining it.
Because it wasn't sent to you for analysis, right?
Yes.
Now, Jim. Mr. Rasmussen, I'm going to show you what has been marked exhibits 45 and 46 for identification. I just would like if you can tell me what you see in those exhibits.
In Exhibit 45, I see a person walking the opposite direction of whoever's taking the photo, and a person on the ground, and there's an object connecting them. The person on the ground appears to be holding on to the object.
Okay. Jim, can you tell me if you okay? No disagreement that the person on the ground is Mr. Rittenhouse? No disagreement that the person standing up is Mr. Huber?
No disagreement.
No disagreement that the object in between them is a firearm?
No disagreement.
Okay. So, Mr. Rasmussen, if I told you that person standing there is Anthony Huber, okay, that we agree on that, you agree that it appears Anthony Huber is touching that, and we agree that's a gun. You'd agree that Anthony Huber is touching that gun, right? Appears to be he's touching that gun?
It appears to be.
Okay. Now, in the areas, so the fact there's no DNA present in the areas you were asked to look at doesn't mean
Desolator, what up?
actually touch the firearm.
Did you ban Ed Myron
Correct.
Buttle
The
yesterday?
DNA, yep, correct.
Okay. Can you do the other one, please? So if I told you that's a different angle, that's Mr. Rittenhouse on the ground, that's Mr. Huber holding the skateboard, and that's a firearm, you'd agree it appears that Mr. Huber is touching that firearm. Would you agree with that?
That appears to be the case.
Okay. And So the fact that, I don't know where that is on the gun, but the fact that the DNA isn't there, and everybody thinks DNA is this thing that proves everything, you'd agree that we can see he's actually touching the firearm.
What is your question?
Well, the fact that it's not present, and I don't know where on the gun that is, but the fact that DNA is not present in any of the areas of the firearm for Mr. Huber doesn't mean that he didn't actually touch it.
Correct. Whether DNA was detected from an individual or not does not mean that they did not touch that item.
And I think you said, and tell me if I have this right, the shorter amount of time someone touches something, the less likely there'll be DNA which you can compare or find.
Yes, the less an item is handled, the less I would expect there to be an opportunity for DNA to transfer.
Was there ever a follow-up request by law enforcement to test any other areas of that gun?
Not to my knowledge. That may not have gone directly to me, though it may have been to someone else at the crime laboratory.
Your Honor, I'm sorry, I don't remember the numbers. I'd move 40 to 45 and 46.
Yes.
I'd move 45 and 46, if there's no objection.
No.
And I have no other questions. Thank you for your time, ma'am.
Can you read it back?
No.
Let me step down, ma'am. I haven't heard anything about food, so we'll just...
You pocket banned him? Well, whatever. It is what it is.
Yeah, well, here.
Is that your sworn enemy?
Okay. Although actually, unless you need it, well, go ahead, do it.
No, you can have it. We have
No.
1,000 copies of it if you want it.
Let's fight over it.
Shall we continue?
Please.
This name called Susan Hughes, this thing? What was that?
I was outside building an absolute $6 shitbox of a wood pallet firewood holder. Hey, that sounds cool. If someone's gonna buy it, it's money. Whoa, who the fuck is that? Bro, is that the Secretary of Defense? Is that one of Joe Biden's panel, cabinet members? Holy fuck.
Just push that mic aside.
Raise your right hand, please. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in this matter be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Ma'am, could you please state and spell your name for the benefit of the court reporter?
Susan Hughes.
She can't spell because she can barely fucking
Miss
breathe.
Hughes, did you know Anthony Huber?
Yes,
How did you know him?
I am his great aunt.
And
His grandmother was my oldest sister.
and how did you come to know Anthony?
Well, my niece is his mother.
So, did you know him from when he was a child?
Yes.
And would you have considered yourself close to Mr. Huber?
Yeah, even when he was a child, we had kind of a special connection. But I was born in Kenosha. I moved away, came back in 2011, and from that time, we became even closer.
Now, you said you had a special connection. What do you mean by that?
Sex. I fucked my nephew.
He was
Is what she meant.
he was a redhead. I used to be a redhead. He was his immediate family, they were all blondes. So he kind of gravitated to me at family gatherings and things, even though when he was a child, I really only saw him, holidays and when I visited Kenosha, so, 4 or 5 times a year. But even then, he would gravitate towards me because I could talk to him about things he was interested in. I mean, we shared interests in art and music and computers, Star Wars, things that little boys like to talk about.
So, you said you would see him in Kenosha. Did Anthony grow up in Kenosha?
Yes, he was born here and went to school here.
Do you know if you know any schools he attended here?
Well, he's in the Southport neighborhood, so I think he went there perhaps. I know he was at St. Mark's for a while. And I don't know, those kids go to Lance maybe for middle school? I'm not sure.
Norm.
I was living in Madison, so I wasn't real connected to what schools he was going to.
So in 2011, you said you moved back to the Kenosha area,
Yes.
and you said you became more close. What do you mean by that?
Well, from that point, I moved back because I had health issues, and both of my sisters did. So I was seeing his grandmother quite frequently, and
I'm 99.9%
Anthony
sure
was very
she's
close
wearing
to
an
his
emoji as a
grandmother, so,
necklace.
I would see him.
I don't know what
sometimes,
the fuck
once
that
or
is. It
twice
looks
week.
like
He
a
would call her
character from the
frequently.
Legend of Zelda Wind
And
Waker
she
series.
moved
Those
in
little
with
dudes in
me,
the forest.
actually,
Those guys.
2013, and from that point, we saw Anthony even more. He frequently needed rides to jobs and things, and when she wasn't able to take him, I would take him.
And about how old would Anthony be in this time period?
Well, when I moved
Teenager,
back,
adult,
I think he was like 17, maybe when I moved back here.
And even back then, did you ever know Anthony Huber to use a skateboard?
Always, always. The skateboard, I must confess, was kind of an annoyance to me because he would, when I first moved back here in 2011, we had a family gathering. We had a dinner in the winter, and I lived close to Penoyer Park. And Anthony arrived in a car. There was a foot of snow on the ground. He walked into my house with a skateboard and was gonna, skate on my laminate floors. And I said, "You can't skate in the house, and where are you gonna skate anyway? Because there's snow on the ground." And he, picked up his skateboard. He went out and he found a place to skate in the snow. I mean, he always, even shortly before he died, when I would take him somewhere, he would know I was picking him up in a car. He was going to go home in a car. He would still have the skateboard in case there was a chance, there was an interesting parking lot somewhere, and he could go out and skate.
To the best of your knowledge, was that his main mode of transportation if he wasn't getting rides from
Yes.
you or someone else?
Yes, he skated sometimes to jobs if I wasn't available to take him there, or one of his friends. He would skate home frequently, quite long distances. Some of the temp jobs that he had were out by Jelly Belly and, out by I-94, and if people don't know where that is. Anton's, I mean, that's like Cooper Road or something. And so miles he would go on a skateboard.
And was this a hobby of his? Would he compete in skateboarding events to the extent you know?
That I don't know. I was a sometimes supporter of his habit.
Okay.
So, he would talk to me a lot about it. He would send me videos and things, but I really didn't follow whether he was competing. I know when he was younger, meaning, 18, 19, he was actively looking for sponsors and things. I mean, that was something he was interested in, but that never materialized.
Now, were you finished? I'm sorry.
Oh, and I know that as he got older, one of his pipe dreams he had told me was that he had a vision for an indoor skate park downtown Kenosha, and
So skateboarding was central to his character. Is that fair to
yes,
say?
yes,
Now, I'd like to draw your attention or bring you to late August of 2020. Were you living in Kenosha at that time?
yes,
And are you aware of the shooting of Jacob Blake and the events that followed that shooting?
yes.
And during that time frame, did Mr. Huber contact you?
Yes.
And when's the first time did you guys have like daily contact, or how did this come about?
Well, that whole weekend, a few days before, and then certainly after Jacob was shot, we had frequent contact during that period.
And did Mr. Huber have any special interest in the Jacob Blake shooting or the events that followed?
Yes.
And what was that special interest?
He told me that he knew Jacob. We had Anthony would sometimes want to go with me out to Petrifying Springs. There's a memorial bench there that is dedicated to my son, who
Right.
passed away. And after Jacob was shot, Anthony wanted to go out there with me. And while we were there, he told me he had known Jacob. I frankly don't recall how well he knew him. I mean, it just sticks in my memory that he said he knew him. That was the reason why we went out that day. He knew that Jacob had children. He knew, I remember him mentioning a few things about Jacob's life.
Let me ask you a question.
Sure.
Did you know Jacob Blake?
I did not.
Now, so what day did you go to this? You said a memorial bench for your son?
Mm-hmm.
And was that someone that Anthony Huber was close to?
Yes.
And what day did you go to this memorial bench?
I believe it was Monday.
And that's when he told you about that he knew Jacob Blake, and you
Yeah.
discussed his feelings about the protests and all that.
Yes.
Do you know if he had gone out on any on any night to engage in a protest?
I know he had gone. He had taken his phone. He told me he was just wanting to take some videos.
Now, it's been established that Anthony died on the late night of August 25th. Did you see him anytime that day?
Yes.
Why did you see him?
He stopped with Hannah late in the afternoon, maybe 3:30, 4 o'clock. They were on their way to do a lot of errands, and he stopped to, I think I gave him some mail, and he was on his way to a cell phone store.
Now, is this something that you would do? Would you occasionally give him money?
Mm-hmm.
And did he have a driver's license? Did he know how to drive?
Yeah, he got his driver's license the day of his birthday, the Friday before.
Okay. And who would go practice driving with him and things of that nature?
That was me.
You mentioned a Hannah. Who's Hannah?
Hannah was his girlfriend.
So, do you recall approximately what time of day that you saw Anthony that on August 25th?
Like I said, I think 3:30, 4 o'clock. I remember it being later in the afternoon because we had a conversation about the traffic, and I reminded him he needed to get back in town before curfew.
And then with that, did they depart?
Yeah.
And was
Well,
Hannah,
no, excuse me. Was that the? Can you repeat that question?
Then they left after you said be back by curfew. Is that then
Yeah.
they left to go
Yeah.
to the store?
Yeah.
Or wherever they went. Was Hannah driving at that point?
I think it was Hannah's car, but Anthony was driving.
Now, we've seen video here, and you may have seen video as well, that Anthony Huber ran towards Kyle Rittenhouse while Kyle Rittenhouse was armed. Were you surprised when you heard about that? Were you surprised by his actions?
Sustained.
Had you ever seen Anthony Huber run towards danger?
Yes.
Sustained.
As to which ground?
Both. Well, maybe, certainly on the second ground. Having a custom,
We've heard nothing but having a custom evidence in this case.
pardon me?
We've heard nothing but having a custom evidence. I think I can rehabilitate.
Well, first off, you don't need to comment on the ruling. Secondly, they're different rules. And we've been talking about this all along. There are different rules. Let's take a break. Please don't talk about the case. Lunch is here. And read, watch, or listen to any account of the trial. And we'll aim for about 12:30. Pardon me?
We already on a fucking break? What the hell?
What do you want to say, Mr. Krause?
Judge.
Long Wang, what's going on, baby? I'm here. I'm right here. We're here. We're queer. Get used to it. Just kidding. Haha.
Judge, I'd like to direct your attention to 90404 sub B. The character of the victim, offered by an accused or by prosecution to rebut the same, or evidence of a character trait of peacefulness of the victim, offered by the prosecution in a homicide case to rebut evidence that the victim was the first aggressor. We are rebutting the evidence and characterization that's been made both in opening statements and in cross-examination that Anthony Huber was attacking and being the aggressor against Kyle Rittenhouse for seemingly no reason. This is what the defense says.
You want to respond?
Well, the response is there's been evidence that Mr. Huber, while Mr. Rittenhouse was on the ground, struck him in the head with a skateboard. So I think that goes to, if I can here, I don't know if that rebuts evidence that the victim was the aggressor when it's really just a fact on video that in fact he did strike him in the head with a skateboard prior to being, and then grabbed his weapon prior to being shot. So I guess the court has to make a determination whether or not the evidence that's been put into the record up to this point would support the idea that we're just saying watch the video, which clearly shows what Mr. Huber had done to, I think it goes, Mr. Rosenbaum was, I think the question is, we've alleged that he's the aggressor here. Mr. Huber, his acts speak for themselves in terms of what he did.
So you're indicating that Anthony Huber was not the aggressor?
I'm saying that the evidence shows that Anthony Huber swung a skateboard at the defendant's head. Then he hit him in the back of the head with a skateboard while he was lying on the ground. Then he grabbed his firearm. That's what I'm alleging.
I guess what I'm struggling with. Oh, did you want to say something?
Yes, that's precisely what we have in this.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
This is precisely why this rule is here. They are alleging that Anthony Huber attempted to strike Kyle Rittenhouse with the skateboard, missed, and then came and we would say did not strike him with the skateboard, perhaps attempted to strike, but came at him with the skateboard and grabbed the weapon. They are calling him the first aggressor, although now they're apparently not. So we can rebut that evidence, and our theory, as we've laid out, is that these people were going to stop an active shooter, that they were provoked by Kyle Rittenhouse, by his actions with Mr. Rosenbaum, that his actions there were of such provocation as they believed he was an active shooter, he was a danger to all of them. The state frankly believes that Mr. Huber is a hero, and that we can present evidence of conduct to rebut this claim that he is aggressively pursuing Kyle Rittenhouse with no basis, which is exactly what they're saying. Mr. Trofsky just laid out the evidence that they have called Mr. Huber the first aggressor against Mr. Rittenhouse.
Okay.
We can rebut that.
Okay. With respect to Mr. Rosenbaum, the defense has definitely suggested and presented evidence that Mr. Rosenbaum was
Say it.
personality and was acting in an aggressive manner.
Let's go, Judge!
And that is certainly a pertinent trait of character.
Let's go, Judge!
In terms of the question as to who was the first aggressor in the incident between them, I didn't hear a similar attack on Mr. Huber, as I think Mr. Sharafi has just stated. What the defense has offered with respect to Mr. Sharafi is direct evidence that Mr. Huber did actions that the jury actually has the unique benefit in this case that we wouldn't see in 1 in 100 cases, or even that, where they can actually see the action. So the evidence that you're offering now is character type evidence, which is really not directly rebutting the physical acts which the jury has been able to observe, as opposed to the case of the Rosenbaum evidence, where they've not seen the act and there was evidence introduced as to turbulent character. So it's rebuttive. Is that a word? Rebuttive?
I don't believe so.
Well, let's call it rebuttalistic.
Rebuttalistic.
I think that's twice now.
But you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to think about it during the break and read what Judge Weinstein and other commentators have to say. And then it's an interesting point. But my initial suspicion is that this doesn't rebut with the acts which the jury is able to see, Because and the statute makes reference to and offered by the prosecution. Where is it here? Offered by the prosecution in a homicide case to rebut evidence that the victim was the first aggressor.
That's precisely what they presented. If they want to stipulate that Mr. Huber was not the first aggressor in terms of his interaction with Mr. Rittenhouse, I think we'll gladly accept that stipulation.
What did they show? What has the defense offered?
In the opening,
In argument or in in either an argument here during the case or an opening or in the evidence, what did they offer on the subject of aggression by Mr. Huber other than the act with respect to the skateboard and any effort he may have made to de-weaponize the accused?
in terms, all we know, and I can be corrected if I'm wrong, the only interaction that I'm aware of between Mr. Huber and Mr. Rittenhouse that night, there may be some pictures where they're sort of seen in close proximity, but the only interaction that I'm aware of between the two is you see Mr. Huber, I believe this was an opening, sort of focuses attention on Mr. Rittenhouse, begin running that way. He either swings and loses his grip on the skateboard or throws the skateboard at Mr. Rittenhouse. It goes to the other side of the road. He then goes and retrieves the skateboard and then goes back towards Mr. Rittenhouse. So I don't see how that is not the defense calling him the first aggressor. It doesn't have to go back all through the night like they've been allowed to do with Mr. Rosenbaum. They are saying, unless they are agreeing that Mr. Rittenhouse was the first aggressor, they are saying he was the first aggressor by throwing a skateboard at him and trying to hit him with a skateboard.
Okay.
So we can rebut that. According to the statute, it's plain language in statute.
Well, I'm gonna see what the commentaries say. We'll take a look. Why don't you come back about 12:25 if you can? Oh, all right, 12:30. 12:30. Aren't you a light eater like me?
Judge, do you mind if I take this out of your courtroom?
You may take it, yeah, as long as you promise to return it.
Well, of course.
We're gonna 12:30.
That's real time.
Yeah, you got it. So you got about 33, isn't it? All right.
So y'all got about a half hour to go do your thing and then come back. I just ripped ass, chat. Dump. You're gonna put a mirror ball on your corrugated tubing? Oh, metal roof. Gotcha. Wow. This shit sucks. Why is it taking so goddamn long? 15 more minutes, chat. I know what time it is. It's time for me to go outside for a smoke break. We'll see y'all in a little bit. Y'all don't leave now. You hear? are they fucking done yet or what? Jesus Christ. Motherfucker's taking forever. Bitch. I'm trying to watch some goddamn motherfucking lawyer shit. God damn it. I'm trying to watch some prosecution shit. Fuck. Take forever, bro. Today, Junior. Guys, we're just waiting here for them to come back, supposedly at 12:30, supposedly which would be in 3 minutes, but you know it's going to take longer than that. Always does. Yep. I know it's boring now, chat. Just watch a YouTube video or some shit. Do something, play some video games while we wait. And then when it comes back, it'll be more exciting. Samuel, what's going on? We're just chilling, watching the Kyle Rittenhouse shit. Except for we're still on a break, so I don't know what else to say about that. Break time. So hope everyone's chilling, having a good time, break time, doing your thing. They were supposed to be back 10 minutes ago. Of course they're not back already. Why would they be? Alright, are they coming back?
As before, the jury's not here. And I did, well, does anybody want to speak further on this?
Judge, I just wanted to let the court know what we're getting into.
Mr. Mayor's not here. Do you want to wait or?
No, he's given me permission to drive the
Okay,
car.
all right, go ahead.
So just so the court knows where we're going, and it may or may not impact the ruling, we're going to be talking about a specific incident when Mr. Huber was a child in which he ran to try to help stop an explosion at a family gathering. That's what we're getting into. And it's not a general, he was a good guy kind of thing. It's a specific act to rebut that Anthony Huber was going to attack Kyle Rittenhouse. We see it more as he was going to try and save people from Kyle Rittenhouse. That's our basis, and I just want you to know where we're going. Legally, I think that's permitted.
Okay, defense?
Excuse me, Judge. I would argue that's not a character trait for peacefulness, first of all. But if it comes in, then I'm going to ask the court under 90405 to allow specific instances to rebut that, which is allowed under 90405 sub 1. I have 2 criminal complaints involving Mr. Huber where he caused physical harm to other people. And I think if they're going to lay forth or try to lay forth opinion evidence on peacefulness, 90405 allows me to rebut that on cross-examination with specific instances of conduct. But overall, I don't think running to something is a character trait for peacefulness, in my opinion. So that's what I would ask the court to consider.
Okay, well, I looked in the books, and Colonel McCormick section, and this, we don't update a lot of these things anymore. This is from 1990. The laws of evidence don't change that fast, although there's been change to this rule fairly recent. And I actually, one of the issues I didn't get to yet, and may not have to, is whether on the particular points we're going to talk about, whether the federal and Wisconsin rules are alike, because there's been somewhat of a change. But this is from 1992, and it's Section 193, Colonel McCormick, a well-established exception to the rule forbidding character evidence to prove conduct applies to homicide and assault cases in which there is a dispute as to who was the first aggressor. This exception permits the accused in such cases to introduce appropriate evidence of the victim's character for turbulence and violence. In response, the prosecution may adduce evidence that the victim was characteristically peaceful person. So it says that the accused can offer evidence of the defendant's character, of Mr. Huber's character for turbulence and violence. They haven't done that. They've introduced evidence of specific acts of Mr. Huber. And that sentence, the second sentence I read, is in response, the prosecution may adduce evidence that the victim was characteristically a peaceful person. So you're responding to something that hasn't been offered, which is character evidence about Mr. Huber. Now, if I read to the revision from 1974 of the federal rule, evidence of a pertinent trait of character of the victim of the crime offered by the accused or by the prosecution to rebut the same. And again, rebut would be in reference to the evidence of a pertinent trait of character which has not been offered by the defense. Or character trait of peacefulness of the victim offered by the prosecution in a homicide case to rebut evidence that the defendant was the first aggressor. So it says evidence, it doesn't say character. So that second phrase seems to suggest that the prosecution can offer evidence in a homicide case to rebut evidence that the defendant was the first aggressor. Wait a minute. Let me look at that again. In response. Or evidence of a character trait of peacefulness of the victim offered by the prosecution in a homicide case to rebut evidence that the defendant was the first aggressor. So,
Are you reading that right, Judge?
I hope so, because I read it the first time and I questioned whether I had. Let's see. Or evidence of the character trait of peacefulness of Mr. Huber offered by the state in a homicide case to rebut evidence that Mr. Rittenhouse was the first aggressor.
I have victim was the first aggressor.
Well, I'm reading from, and I'll try one more time. Here, wait.
It's victim.
Wait. What?
We agree that victim was the first aggressor.
I'm going to offer as an exhibit here, just to say that my eyes are not feeling that badly. You can look at it yourself. It says defendant. So much for that book.
The judge is gone buck wild.
You can look at it yourself. It's there. All right.
Judge is going buck wild, chat.
No wonder we didn't renew that book. You could make a big mistake with that. Let's read from my favorite, which is Judge Weinstein, who says, and this is at 701(3)(c) that we've talked about before. When the defendant offers evidence of the alleged victim's character, then the prosecution is entitled not only to offer rebutting evidence about the victim's character, but also introduce evidence that the defendant has the same character trait. So it starts off when the defendant offers evidence of the alleged victim's character, which hasn't been done.
That's the first part of that statute, not the second.
Well, the second part, if we're talking about this, I'm talking about 2B, which is going to be 1, when they do these transpositions of the numbers, what are you offering it under? You tell me the statute you're offering it under.
I'm
I
offering
thought it was 1B.
90404 1B, but there's two provisions in there.
I know there are.
Okay, we're talking about the second, which is the character trait of peacefulness of the victim offered by the prosecution in a homicide case to rebut evidence that the victim was the first aggressor.
Right. And that is a more sweeping statement than the older material before, I think it's a 1974 revision. Anyway, there was disagreement in the other one I used was the Graham Handbook of Federal Evidence, and there's disagreement. So when I walked out here, I thought, well, I think I'm going to resolve it, the tie in favor of the state. Now, you're forewarning them that you have got some other crimes or some contrary evidence, I guess rebutting evidence that we might as well talk about now rather than have to excuse the jury again. Are you prepared for what the defense suggests they're going to offer?
Yes, I don't believe the incident in which an individual runs to try to help or try to save people brings in completely irrelevant criminal acts that have already been barred.
It's character traits for peacefulness is what they're getting into. I have two criminal complaints, one of which the defendant held a knife to his brother's throat. He put a knife to his brother's ear. He called him. He said he would gut him like a.
He said what?
Mr. Huber told his brother that if he didn't start cleaning a room in their house,
Holy
he
shit.
was gonna gut him like a pig.
This is crazy.
Mr. Huber's brother noticed a knife in Mr. Huber's right hand that looked like a butcher knife, 6 inches long with a green handle. Mr. Huber later on in the same incident threw a chair and some clothes across the room, threatening to kill his brother if he didn't clean. Mr. Huber then sat down with the knife in his hand and watched them while his brother and Mr. Huber made his grandmother pick things up as well. And Mr. Huber told his brother that if he stopped cleaning, he would kill him. Mr. Huber's brother then turned around and Mr. Huber put a knife to his brother's stomach, saying he was going to gut him like a pig. Mr. Huber's brother bent down to try to protect himself. Mr. Huber then grabbed his brother by the neck, dug his nails in, and choked him for approximately 10 seconds. He then put a knife to his brother's left ear. His brother felt the blade and believed his ear was cut. And then as he left, he told the people in the house, "I'm going to burn the house down with all you fuckers in it." That's what Mr. Huber had said in that instance. And that is charged in Kenosha County case 12 CF 1346. He has another criminal...
What was the outcome? And what was it, 12 CF?
12 CF 1346. I believe he entered a plea to strangulation and suffocation in that case.
Okay.
I have an 18 CM 509 case in which he kicked what I believe is his sister, Caitlin Hughes, in the right hip, causing her pain and causing her to fall into a nearby dog crate. So I would normally not move to admit those. However, if they're saying that this is a peaceful man, and if you say, Judge, running to this area to stop whatever was happening, it's not a fight or there's no violence, it doesn't sound like. But if you're saying that's peaceful, 90405 allows me to get into specific instances on cross. So,
I believe 90405
Start over.
Sure. I believe 90405 allows specific instances of conduct of the individual being cross-examined, which we obviously cannot do. This I don't know how they would get this in. I guess.
Wait a minute. What do you mean? What do you can't agree? The individual being cross-examined will be the person who's giving the opinion. I tried this case, State against King, right here in this room when I was district attorney, 1974, 75. Mr. King shot his wife in the eye and killed her, and there was testimony. Well, the bottom line was that I was allowed when the an opinion had been expressed about the character for peacefulness of the accused, and on cross-examination I inquired, would your opinion change if you knew thus and so about Mr. King? And there was objection because it was a specific instance, and the Supreme Court said that was permissible inquiry because the opinion had been rendered, and the wealth of knowledge of the opinion giver was therefore subject to scrutiny as to how much information this person actually knew, because the character you're trying to present isn't limited to just an incident involving a fire at some point in time, but is limited to the entire character of the decedent. So my initial inclination would be this is probably admissible. Probably. And if you go ahead with the evidence, and you're welcome to do so, although the defense has also pointed out correctly that the character is for peaceableness, and what you were talking about was more heroism. So, but I think I'll give you that much. But you're forewarned. I'm going to be taking another look at that King case because it's been a long time. But this sounds like something that he'll be allowed to go into.
Understand?
What do you want to do?
I will not submit the evidence.
You what?
I will withdraw that question and not submit the evidence.
Yeah, fuck you, prosecution, you bitch.
I'm not going to elicit that testimony.
Okay, do you want Mrs. Hughes back on the stand?
Fuck you, you prosecution, bitch.
They obviously have to cross-examine her.
Okay. Are we ready for the jury?
Alright, so that was all lawyer shit. Now they're gonna bring the jury down.
Would you come down, please?
Yes.
Mr. Schroff, see what?
Just putting your book back. I want to witness.
Alright, it's just gonna be a few minutes for the jury to get down. Do you guys see Kyle Rittenhouse laughing earlier at the judge's jokes when he threw the book down? I don't know, the judges, he literally threw the book. I hope he doesn't throw the book at Kyle, but he literally threw the book. The judge threw the book, which is like a... I don't know what that is. Sign, omen, I hope not. Is it like a strange real-life meme? Yes, it is. The judge threw the book. He just put it back up now. He's gonna throw... He threw the book. Hopefully does not throw the book at fucking Kyle. Furthermore, they railroaded him in Shelvin in Minnesota. There's no way it's going to happen in Wisconsin, because Wisconsin is a sweet, free state. So that's all I got to say about that. This is going to be a great This is gonna be a lot better of a fucking trial than the Chauvin trial. That's what I think now.
Good afternoon, everybody. We had some additional discussion on the issues that were pending, and it has been decided the state has decided to withdraw the question which was asked.
Settled in? Okay. Ms. Hughes, the night of August 25th, or into the morning of August 26th, when or how did you hear about what had happened to Anthony?
I got a text around midnight, maybe a little after, from Anthony's girlfriend Hannah, saying...
Oh, we don't need to get into the context of it. That would be
Okay.
called hearsay. And then did you ever receive any further communication about... let me ask it this way. When did you find out that he had died?
Much later. It was maybe 5:30 in the morning.
And how old was Anthony when he died?
He had turned 26 a couple days before.
Ma'am, I'd like you to look at there's an item in front of you which I've turned over. I'd ask you to turn it over to look at it. It's been marked as State's Exhibit 44. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
What is that?
This is a photo of Anthony as an adult and Anthony as a child with his skateboard.
And are those pictures you provided to my office?
Yes.
Are those true and accurate copies of how Anthony looked at in childhood and as an adult?
Mm-hmm.
I'd ask that Exhibit 44 be entered into evidence and published to the jury by being passed around.
Is there objection?
There is not.
Okay, go ahead.
That's all the questions I have. I'll give it over.
And well, he can do it.
I'll do it.
Yeah, thank you.
Sure.
Did you have questions?
I have no questions for Ms. Hughes.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. You may step down.
Thank you.
Carry on.
Oh,
Oh. So, I just gotta...
would you raise your hand, please? Do you solemnly swear the testimony you are about to give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
Please be seated.
Ma'am, could you please state your first and last name and spell them for the benefit of the court reporter?
Carrie Ann Swart. It's spelled K-A-R-I-A-N-N-S-W-A-R-T.
And Ms. Swart, do you know Joseph Rosenbaum?
I do.
How do you know Mr. Rosenbaum?
He's my fiance.
And
Oh,
is Mr.
shit.
Rosenbaum still living?
Was your fiance, you meant?
And did he die on August 25th, 2020?
His date of death is considered August 26th.
And before that date, how long had you known Mr. Rosenbaum?
Since August 3rd of 2019.
And after
How many
you met,
times did he beat you?
how long did it take till you started a romantic relationship?
About maybe 3 days.
And had you known him before? You never met him before August 3rd?
No,
And where are you from?
I grew up in Illinois.
What would you and Joseph do together?
When Joseph and I were together at the beginning, we were homeless. We just spent a lot of time
Checks
talking,
out.
getting
Checks
to know
out.
one another.
Yep, all
and
that checks out.
laughing and joking around. He was a very animated person like that.
And is Joseph from Kenosha?
No, he is from Waco, Texas.
And do you know why he moved up here?
He moved up here to be with his girlfriend at the time and their child.
Oh, all that
So
checks
he
out.
was a child living in Kenosha?
Correct.
He was cheating on his girlfriend with you. You're all homeless and you're all on drugs. It
I
all
would
checks
like
out.
to bring your attention to the day of August 25th, 2020. Did you see Joseph on that day?
I did.
And where did you see Joseph?
I saw him at the motel that we were living at,
Was it in the motel or outside the motel?
outside the motel.
And had you seen, do you know where Joseph had been in the days prior to that?
Correct.
I'm sorry. Do you know where he had been in the days prior to August 25th? In the day or two prior?
Yes.
Where was he?
He was at a hospital in Milwaukee.
And do you know for sure how he got from the hospital in Milwaukee to back to Kenosha?
I am not 1,000% sure. As far as I gathered from him and from the hospital, they brought him down here.
You didn't bring him back down.
No, I did not.
And he wasn't dropped off at this motel?
No.
So how did, if you know, how did Joseph, do you know where he was dropped off?
I believe he was dropped off by the transit center.
So right around here in downtown Kenosha. And do you know how he got to your hotel?
He walked.
I don't want to give the name because it's about how far would that be?
About an hour, 40 minutes. Hour to 40 minutes to an hour, I would say.
So the hotel is not in downtown Kenosha?
No, it's not.
Man, can you bring the microphone a little closer? It's kind of hard to hear in here.
Is that better?
And when Joseph arrived at your hotel, what did he have on him?
You mean as in on his person?
Well, let me ask this way. What was he wearing?
He was wearing jean shorts, white shoes, and a red top.
Did he have a bandana with him at all?
No.
And was he carrying or holding anything?
He was carrying a plastic hospital bag.
And did you see the plastic hospital bag?
I did.
Did you see what was inside the plastic hospital bag?
I did.
What was inside the plastic hospital bag?
I saw socks, a miniature deodorant, like trial size, little toothbrush and toothpaste, paperwork, and an empty water bottle, like a plastic water bottle that was empty.
So when you're talking about a plastic water bottle, let me just borrow
Yeah.
one from the detective here.
Yeah.
Do you mean like your standard 16 to 20 ounce plastic bottle, or like something you'd see maybe at a gym or on a bike, like a more heavy plastic?
No, it was a plastic bottle like that.
So a small, probably 16 ounce plastic.
It was
water bottle.
empty. There was no water.
And did you talk to him about this bag?
I did. I just asked him if he wanted me to throw it out, and he had said no, he was going to carry it around with him because of the few items that were in it.
About what time did he arrive at this, or I guess near this hotel?
I would say between 3:30 and 4:30.
And what did you guys do once he arrived?
We talked. We hadn't seen each other for maybe a week, and we just mostly talked about his and my relationship.
And this was outside?
Correct.
And then actually, let me ask it this way. Do you know if he was able to procure any medication that day?
He was not able to fill the prescriptions he had because the Walgreens closest to us had been boarded up and closed down due to the chaos that was going on.
Do you know, if he had taken his medications that day?
He had.
Do the TVs on? Ms. Swore, I'd like to show you what is marked as Exhibit 26. Do you recognize that?
I do.
And what is that?
That is the plastic bag from the hospital.
And is it true that a few days ago I showed you a printout of this exact exhibit?
Yes.
And is that the plastic bag that you're referring to that he had brought back from the hospital?
Yeah, it's like one of those plastic bags that you just put your clothes and belongings in.
And in looking at the screen, does it seem like there's more items or fewer items or the same items, if you can tell, that he had when he was at your residence?
It appears to be the same as when I saw it.
Can you make out anything in this photograph?
I can make out. I think he might have had an extra shirt in there, that might be, and it looks like the water bottle on the side.
What, I didn't hear what you said.
Shirt.
Shirt, thank you.
Do you know if Joseph Rosenbaum knew anyone named Kelly or Joshua Zeminski?
He did not.
I would object, that's speculation.
This is Dane. Expect the answer. The witness would not be in a position to know the identity of all persons that the accused would have known, the decedent would have known. Thank you.
Do you know if he knew any people in Kenosha?
No, he did not.
Same objection. Not sure I heard the question.
The question was, do you know whether he knew many people in Kenosha? And she answered, pardon me?
That would be my objection would be the same.
Okay. It's generally, it's the same, would be the same ruling, except that it's like my asking if you know people in, many people in Topeka. That's really a bad example, but the bottom line is, it's a little bit different from the last. Did the decedent know a specific individual? Now he's asking her, did he know many people in Kenosha? And I think that she'd be in a better position to answer that, so I'm going to let that one go.
And you said no?
Correct.
Now, in your relationship, this about year, how often were you with him?
Every day.
And were there times he would go out on his own?
No.
Were you together all the time?
All the time.
And you said for a while you were homeless, and I think you said you were living in a tent?
Correct.
And you were together that entire time?
All the time.
Did Mr. Rosenbaum ever introduce you to someone named Joshua Zeminski?
No.
Did Mr. Rosenbaum ever introduce you to someone named Kelly Zeminski?
No.
Did he ever talk about knowing a Josh or a Kelly?
No.
Do you know Joshua or Kelly Zeminski?
I don't.
How tall was Joseph?
5'3".
How tall are you?
5'3".
And was Joseph a larger individual, build-wise? Was he bigger frame, smaller frame, medium frame?
He was medium, smaller frame.
Do you know if Joshua had any money on him when he was at your residence?
I'm sorry.
Do you know if he had any money?
Joseph?
Did I say Joshua? I apologize. Did Joseph have any money?
All right, everybody, hold the phone. Relaxo. What the fuck happened here? Let's give it a quick refresh. And otherwise, we have another one.
Do you know if Joshua
good.
had any money on him when he was at your residence?
I'm sorry.
Do you know if he had
maybe
any money?
not. We'll find a new one. We'll find a new one.
Did I say Joshua? I apologize. Did Joseph have any money?
Oof, not good.
And I love you. It was a
All right,
pleasant
I got one.
visit.
Was there any discussion of the potential for events downtown or the curfew or anything like that?
I did explain to him that things had gotten bad the last few days because he was not in town, and I did tell him explicitly not to go downtown.
And what is the next thing that you remember happening that night in relation to Joseph?
I got a phone call at 4 a.m. from the medical examiner.
And is that when you discovered that Joseph was deceased?
Correct.
Did Joseph own any guns?
No.
Did he have an interest or a hobby involving guns that you're aware of?
Not at all.
You never saw him reading magazines or articles or having a knowledge about guns?
No, he did not like guns.
What do you mean?
I'm going to object to this line of questioning based upon the court's prior ruling, motion and eliminate in this subject regarding firearms.
Sustain.
So what did you do once you received this news?
I fell to my knees and cried.
And then what, if anything, did you do?
I went on my phone and looked up on the Facebook Kenosha scanner page to see what the police call might have been about that night. And there was a video link, and I clicked that, and that's when I saw the video of Joe dying.
So you watched one of the videos of the shooting?
Correct.
And that evening, had you been watching, we've heard a lot of people are out there live streaming or filming or the news. Had you been watching any of that?
Nothing.
All right, so you had no idea that anything, you didn't know what was happening in downtown Kenosha until 4 o'clock in the morning?
Till 4 in the morning.
Once you saw that video, what did you do?
I broke down, and I can't get that image out of my head, so yeah.
Did you go down to downtown Kenosha at all?
I did the following morning. My sister picked me up about 8 a.m. and we went over to Car Source, and there was the mark where Joe had been laying, And I put my hand in it, and my hand was wet with his blood. And that's, again, when I collapsed on the ground.
I'd like to show you what has been marked as States Exhibits 42 and 43. Put them here, we'll look at them in order, okay?
Okay.
I'd like to show you Exhibit 42. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
And what is that?
It's a picture of Joe and I in front of Quick Trip.
And that's where I buy my
is that a true
White Claws at Quick Trip.
Together?
Yes.
If you know, do you know when in relation to August 25th that was taken?
I would say, in relation to when, probably a year prior.
Oh, so probably closer to when you first met.
Yes.
I would like to move Exhibit 42 into evidence.
Objection? I don't. Receive.
Let's take a look at exhibit number 43. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
And what is that?
It's a picture of Joe and I in the bathroom.
Okay. And is it a true and accurate copy of a picture of yourself and Mr. Rosenbaum?
It is.
And is that a picture? I'd like to move exhibit 43 into evidence.
Objection. I don't have an objection. Receive.
And if you know, where in your relationship was that taken, time-wise? Was it?
This was about April of 2020.
Thank you. I'd like to publish the pictures by having them passed around the jury.
Objection. No. Go ahead.
I believe that's all the questions I have.
Don't take a break now, Mr. Judge.
Judge, I know you don't want us to approach, but based on our earlier conversation, I'd like to have a conversation about specific areas of inquiry.
Let me ask you folks to step out for a minute. And yeah, when you finish looking at those pictures, then I'm going to ask you to step into the library for a minute. After you've done so, why don't you step in the library? And I don't think this will be lengthy. Yeah, go ahead. You had to work today instead of your usual leisure job. I beg your pardon?
Is it okay if she's here during our discussion?
She can step out for a few minutes, but I assume this isn't going to be lengthy. But we'll find out. If you're more comfortable walking around for a little bit, you can, but it's going to be just a matter of minutes, I hope. Mr. Sharathisi.
So, Judge, I don't want to. We had talked about this after openings, and I didn't want to step on any pretrial ruling. In the opening statement, there was a statement about Mr. Rosenbaum being in the hospital in Milwaukee. That was addressed with Ms. Ward on direct examination. I am of the opinion that simply stating he was in a hospital is a misrepresentation as to what actually was going on. Most people are at hospitals for physical ailments, to recover from whatever's going on. And I think if we're going to give the jury a clear picture of the hospital he was in, I think we have to be able to at least, I think it's appropriate now based on their questioning, and the questioning is evidence, so that in fact that he had been released from Aurora, their mental health wing, or their mental health.
Why is that not part of the hospital?
I'm not saying it's not part of the hospital, but I think it's reasonable to say that the majority of people believe that you're at a hospital for physical ailments.
I don't know that of course we get a jaded view because we deal with a larger percentage of people who are hospitalized who are there for mental or emotional disorders. So, but and you're not selling this, sir.
Well, the other area that she had mentioned, or that was talked about on cross-examination, was did he take his medications that day?
Yeah, that's another matter.
So it's irrelevant, I suppose, if he takes blood pressure medication or medication like that. I'm assuming, and she can come in and do this outside the presence of the jury, I'm assuming there's testimony about him taking his medications for mental health ailments. And I would ask, I don't have to go into it too deep, but I think it's relevant that I ask her what those medications were that he took that day.
It could be, but what if she names a medication? Do we know why it was prescribed, what its pharmacological properties are, what the possible side effects are, what it's generally used for? There's all kinds of things, and I'm not going to invite the jury to speculate on that by just dropping in front of them, well, he was taking liquid penicillin. It means nothing to the jury. So I'm just depositing something for them to speculate about, and so I'm hostile to that.
If she knows what it's for?
Well, I'm going to let you have your voir dire to determine the extent of her knowledge.
Okay.
It is fair game because you did bring up about medication.
That's all I can ask. So.
Okay. Did you want to say anything?
I don't believe it's relevant. There's things in the reports that he had not taken medication that day. That's why I brought it up. I don't think it's technically all that big of a deal. I do believe it's. I don't think it's relevant. I think that Your Honor raises a good point, which is these psychoactive drugs, these benzodiazepine type drugs. I'm not an expert on them, or else I wouldn't be at this table. But one drug can be prescribed for a variety of diagnoses.
Because for the very reasons I've said, I'm not just going to give them something that means nothing to them and then ask them to try to speculate as to what it's for. So ask her to come in and she can be examined. All right, go ahead, Mr. Sharathsi.
Good afternoon, sir. You had answered some questions from Attorney Kraus regarding Joseph taking medications that day.
Correct.
Mr.
Rosenbaum. Sorry.
Thank you.
That Mr. Rosenbaum had taken medications that day?
Correct.
Okay. Do you know what they were?
No, I only know some of them. I don't remember all of them.
Can you tell us the sum that you know he took?
Gabapentin was one.
I'm gonna stop you for 1 second. Do you know what he takes that? Did you know what he took that for?
Bipolar disorder.
Okay. Any other medications that you know that he took?
I know he was on an antidepressant. At that time, I don't know which one they had him on.
Okay.
Those would, and then something for sleep.
Okay, but so the only, to be fair to you, the only medication that you know by name was gabapentin.
Mm-hmm.
And you are telling us that you know he took that for his bipolar disorder?
Correct.
Okay.
Any question for the state?
Do you know do you know that he was diagnosed with bipolar disorder?
Yes.
Did you go to doctor's appointments with him or anything of that nature?
Yes.
And how do you know that gabapentin was prescribed for that reason?
I was his emergency contact at the hospital, so they really called me and asked me what kind of medications I've worked in the past for him. And I told them, and they were in contact with me, letting me know what medications he was on, just like they called me that morning to say they were going to be letting him go. But that he had had his medication.
So the hospital told you that day or the night before that they were gonna. Did they say they were prescribing it, or did they just ask you what they should prescribe?
At first, they were asking what they thought was best, and then I told them what had worked for him in the past, and he, the doctor or the nurse that I spoke with, then explained to me what medications they put him on, and that was that.
How many medications total, if you know, was he taking? Or was he given, let me add it this way, was he given at the hospital?
I believe he was given Effexor, gabapentin, and Seroquel for sleep. Seroquel.
Seroquel will fuck you up. Lil White rapped about it in his Oxycontin song. That's how much it fucks you up.
Sorry, I'm just trying to look up these drugs. I'm not familiar with them. I have no further questions.
All right. Yeah, I think there's enough information that it's admissible. So, and the state did open the door. So, ask the jury to come back in, please.
Ms. Zwart, I only have a couple of questions for you.
Sure.
Okay. So you had mentioned on direct examination that you and Mr. Rosenbaum spent the day of the 25th together. Is that fair?
The afternoon, yes.
Okay. And you were asked by Attorney Kraus if he had taken his medication that day, right?
Correct.
And Mr. Rosenbaum was taking gabapentin, is that right?
I believe so, yes. That's what I was told.
Okay. And you know, having been around him, that was for bipolar disorder?
It was to help with, along with the antidepressant.
And when you saw him, this plastic bag, you saw the picture of the plastic bag?
Correct.
One of the things that you mentioned that he had in there was a plastic water bottle.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And you had said that plastic water bottle was empty, is that right?
Correct.
Did you find it odd that he was walking around with an empty plastic water bottle?
Well, when I saw the bag with the empty bottle, I thought it might have been garbage. I asked if he wanted me to throw it out, but he said because he had some clothes and some paperwork from the hospital that he was just going to hold on to the bag because that was all he had.
And he didn't ask you to throw away the water bottle, did he?
No.
He took that with him when he left you that evening, is that right?
As far as I know.
Now, you had said that normally you had spent a lot of your time or all of your time together.
Yes.
But that night was going to be different, is that fair?
Yes.
And you had told him not to go downtown.
Correct.
Okay. Why was that?
Because of all the unrest the days prior.
And you were concerned that he was going to go down there?
No, I was concerned that because the entire city was up in flames that something would happen to him anywhere. But specifically it seemed like it was downtown. So because he was coming from Milwaukee and didn't know all that information about Kenosha, I just wanted to make sure he knew.
Did you feel the need to go with him when he left?
No.
And did he tell you where he was going?
No, he didn't.
Did he, to your knowledge, did he have anywhere else to stay?
No, he did not.
So it was either with you or no other designated kind of place to go?
Correct.
And my last question, from where you were staying, how far is it to 59th and Sheridan?
I would guess an hour walk back, because it's about an hour from the transit to the hotel, so it'd probably be about an hour back to this area.
So if we walk, let's say we walk 4 miles an hour, I don't know that, but so it would be maybe 3, 4, or 5 miles, somewhere in there?
I don't know.
Okay, good enough. Ma'am, I don't have any other questions for you. Thank you for your time.
Any question?
Yes, please. Ms. Swart, did the hospital he was at today consult with you on medications he was going to receive?
Yes.
And why? So was this a new mixture of medications that he was on?
No. This was his regular medication that he had gone off of and had been back on for the last week or so, last week, 10 days before his death.
And he had been on that with his other medications all together for a while?
Yeah, for the whole time I was with him, a year, yeah.
Nothing further.
I have no follow-up questions.
You may step down, ma'am. State. Would you raise your
All
hand?
right, here we go.
Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Hi.
Could you please pull that microphone really close in front of you and speak as loudly and clearly into it as possible? Could you state your name and spell your name for the record, please?
Sahil Kendry, S-A-H-I-L, last name K-H-I-N-D-R-I.
How are you currently employed?
I have my own dealership in Milwaukee,
What is that dealership called?
Car Planet,
Where is that located?
4020
Planet?
North Green Bay Avenue.
Back in August of 2020, were you
420.
operating that car dealership in Milwaukee?
Yes.
Are you familiar with a series of car dealerships here in Kenosha by the name of Car Source?
Yes, sir.
How are you acquainted with those businesses?
Actually, I worked here up until 2015, and after that, I moved to Milwaukee.
When you say you worked here
Mhm.
up until 2015, where is here?
Kenosha.
Okay, at Car Source?
Yes.
After 2015, did you work at Car Source?
No.
Did you have any ownership interest in the company?
No.
Was there a time in which you were down here at one of the car sources around the night of August 25th, 2020?
Is that Monday?
That's Tuesday night.
Tuesday? I was actually here. We got a call on the first night of riots. We got a call from police department. It's actually my dad's dealership, so I was here actually before that too.
What is your father's name?
Anil Kendry.
How do you spell that?
A-N-I-L. Last name. Oh, same last name. Sorry.
What is his relationship to the car source dealership?
He's the owner.
You said that we got a call. Who is the we?
Police department called because my brother's phone was off, and I guess people, like around 4 o'clock, he put it on silent mode at nighttime, and then police department called around 6:30 to notify that riots happened or stuff like that.
Who did the police call at that time?
I do not remember. One of us.
Okay. When you say one of us, it's you
Either
and
my
who else?
dad, either me, myself, or my brother. I think more like my brother.
What is your brother's name?
Anmol Kendry.
And do you know what Anmol, can you spell that for us, please?
A-N-M-O-L.
What is Anmol's relationship to Car Source?
He's basically an inventory manager. For example, cars come from the auction, give it to mechanics, repairs, and then once they are detailed, put it on the lot. That's it.
Back in August of 2020, was your brother Anmol the head of the inventory for Car Source?
Yes.
You said there was a phone call around 6:30 p.m. Do you remember which night that was?
6:30 a.m. on Monday morning. Monday morning, yes.
Okay. I misunderstood.
Sorry.
What, if anything, did
Yeah,
you
this is the pizza
personally
guy for
do
sure.
After that,
Bro, I might order a
with regard
pizza.
to the issue of the phone call. Did you come down here?
Yeah.
Okay. Where do you normally live?
I'm ordering a Topper's pizza, I
we
think.
were
Let me
on,
let me
KR.
scope the deals.
Like
That's
20 minutes away.
Okay. And when you say we were on KR, do you mean just
We live in the same house.
you, your brother, and your dad?
Yes.
Okay. So did the three of you come down at that point?
Actually, 4 was my mom too.
Okay. Did you all come down at that point?
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yes. Sorry.
And what did you observe about the Car Source properties at that time?
A lot of cars were burned. The building, a lot of glass was broken. So, and then the police had a caution tape around it.
I've got a map up on the wall behind you there. There is a, next to the, in front of you, that bottle of hand sanitizer, there's
Oh.
a device laying next to it that's a pointer. Yes, right there. It's a laser pointer. And would you please, using that map, point out the location that you've just described as having burnt out cars and police tape around it?
We're on 5821. At least, can somebody?
Sorry, what's that?
The address 5821.
So this is a map of the area of Kenosha along Sheridan Road?
Right on the top, right there.
Okay. And you're pointing to the car source location, which is on the northeast corner of the intersection of 59th Street and Sheridan Road. Is that fair to say?
Yes, right there.
Okay. In addition to that location, there are two other car source locations close by on Sheridan Road. Is that right?
No. There's 63rd Street as a second car source.
Okay. There's also a location kitty corner from the one you just mentioned. Are you aware of that one?
You mean car doctor?
Okay, that's what I'm asking.
Yeah, that's a repair center. Yes.
Okay. So if you could point out the one we were just talking about that you mentioned earlier.
I also
Okay.
could get
And
Jimmy
then,
John's, but
kitty corner across the street from that.
should I get Jimmy John's or
southwest
Pizza
corner.
Chat?
We have it labeled as car sourced, but do you see what I'm talking about?
Oh, right here.
Yes.
Yes.
What is that location?
Car doctor.
What is that?
It's our repair center that's owned by my mom.
Okay. When you were originally describing a location that had burnt out cars, that was the first one?
Yes.
Okay. You said you came down there at that point?
Yes.
This time in the morning? Which morning was it that you came down? Do you recall which day it was?
Monday morning.
Monday morning? So this was after Sunday night into Monday morning?
Yes.
What, if anything, did you do after that?
Cried.
Okay. What was the condition of the location that you've now described as car doctor?
Mm-hmm.
What was the condition of that location?
That was fine.
Did you see any damage to any property at that location?
No.
These locations that you've talked about, the car source at 59th and at 63rd, and then the car doctor, at that time in August of 2020, did you work for any of them?
No.
Okay. Do you go by the name Sam?
Sal.
Sal?
Yes.
Okay. Did there come a time on that Monday or maybe the following day in which you spoke to anyone, and I'm asking you personally, spoke to anyone about protecting those properties?
No.
There's an individual in the court who's been identified as Kyle Rittenhouse.
Yeah.
Do you see him here in court today?
Yes.
Have you ever personally spoken to that person?
No.
Have you ever personally texted or called or spoken
No.
on the phone with that person?
No.
Okay. At any point during that Monday or Tuesday process, did you ever speak with anyone about protecting any of those locations?
No.
Okay.
I actually don't even work there.
Okay. All right.
So.
I have no further questions.
Suzanne? So, Mr. Henry, you, how close in age are you and your brother?
2 years apart.
Okay, and you go by Sal. Does he
Yeah.
go by Sam?
Yes.
Okay. So,
I don't know if this one's on. I have no idea.
I think, can you just turn around for a second and look at that picture?
Yes.
Okay. Is that you?
Yes.
That is you?
Yes.
Okay. I thought it was Sam, but it's you.
Yeah, that's me.
And can you tell me where that picture is taken?
63rd Street.
63rd?
63rd Street. Yes.
In Sheridan?
Yes.
Okay. That was taken on the night of the 25th. Is that right?
Tuesday evening.
25th? Okay. Now, you were asked, I think Mr. Bringer asked you if you can identify the person sitting at the table with the blue tie on, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you had said that you've never seen him before?
Now I know his name,
Okay.
but I didn't know him before that.
Okay. If I told you that he was this guy right here, do you know that?
Yes.
Okay. And Mr. Binger asked you, if I have it right, if you had asked anyone to protect the property that night, right?
Correct.
Okay. And you had said
No.
to that? So these men are on your property, right?
It's my dad's, yes.
They're on your family's
Yes.
property.
Mm-hmm.
You don't ask them to leave, correct?
Especially when they have guns and they dress up right in front of me. I was actually behind the silver Mercedes. There was a Hummer parked, which is our personal car. It had a brake line issue, and
I just ordered
we
I just
parked that
ordered
car inside,
Toppers
me and my
pizza.
mechanic. And
I
then
didn't look
bunch
at
of
Chad, I
cars
just ordered
came
it.
in
Jimmy John's next
around
time.
7-ish,
Tomorrow for the
and then
Cal Rittenhouse. Not tomorrow, but on
person
Monday
that's right
we'll
next
get
to
Jimmy
me
John's.
dressed
Alright?
up right in front of me, like putting the fancy shoes on or something like that, and then he put some other.
The judge is a pizza and
then
sandwich guy, so
I
I'm gonna
was
get
over there.
pizzas first and sandwiches
I
next time.
observed that they did
We
that.
will get Jimmy John's, or I'll make, but I'll make good sandwiches and we'll get Jimmy John's. Just don't even worry about it, chat. It'll be great.
No.
Okay. And do you know anybody else in that picture?
No.
Do you know a gentleman by the name of Nick Smith?
Later, I learned he was actually worked for my brother about for a week or two. I don't recall, because I live in I manage Milwaukee store, so I really don't even know his staff until when I come there, because I'm there all day.
Okay, so people in that photograph
Mhm.
have worked for members of your family in the past. Agreed?
Yes.
Okay. And only if you know. Do you know if those people in that picture were going into the car store's physical building?
Okay, the person with the white hat with the cross. Later, I find out that he was he used to work for my brother as an ex-detailer, and he worked for a short amount of time.
So my question to you is, do you know if people in that photograph were physically inside that building
No.
that evening?
No.
You don't know that, or they weren't?
In this building?
Yes.
No.
Were they in any other of the car store's buildings that your family owns?
Just the 5821 and the car doctor, which is a service center.
So they were physically present inside 2 of the 3 buildings, right?
I don't understand your question.
Well, you said you have 3 buildings on Sheridan Road.
Yes.
You said they were not physically present inside that building, right?
Correct.
But they were physically present in the 59th?
Who present?
Any of these people?
No. No. Only person which I can imagine, because the Nick, he probably inside because he worked as a cleaning cars. That's what he used to do.
Okay. Did he work there at the time, on August 25th?
No.
Do you know how he got in the building?
I do not know.
To get in the building, he would need a key, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know, only if you know, does your family's business give keys to people who no longer work there?
They don't.
So, to physically get into the building, would somebody in your family have to open the building?
Correct.
Okay. And do you remember what time you took that picture with those people on the screen?
Right before the curfew. I can't recall, 7:30ish.
And then did you leave?
Yes.
Okay. And are you telling the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, there was no conversation between you and any of those people about staying to protect the business?
No.
Nothing.
No.
No, there was not, or no, there
No, there wasn't.
No conversation?
No.
at
I
all?
think, I personally believe, I think the questions more you have is for my brother.
For Sam?
Yes, he goes by Sam.
Okay.
Because I don't even work there.
Sal, do you have a BMW?
Yes.
Do you remember giving Mr. Rittenhouse a ride from Car Source, what we call Car Source 2, which I think is the car doctor, to Car Source on 63rd? Do you remember doing that?
No.
You don't remember doing
No.
that day?
No.
But you do have a BMW?
Yeah, I have 10 more cars.
Okay. All right.
10 more cars.
My man is ballin', bro.
Yep. I don't have any other questions.
He wanted to flex on fucking record, bro. Ha ha.
Mr. Kindry, there's going to be something up on the screen in just a second I'd like you to take a look at. It's... is there a way to zoom in on the text? Mr. Kindry, there's a message on the screen. It's a text message. I'd like you to read it to yourself, if you would.
Hi, Sam.
No, to yourself.
Oh, sorry. Yes.
Have you ever seen that message before?
Yes.
When did you see it? The first time?
I think Thursday or Friday. My brother showed it to me.
Thursday or Friday of what week?
The same week.
Of the week of August 25th, 2020,
Yes.
when all this was happening?
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yes, sorry.
Is it fair to say then that this was a message that was sent or received by your brother, not by you?
Correct.
Okay. That's all I have about that. Put up the photo again, please. Mr. Kindry, there's the photo that was just shown to you of you at the that is the 63rd Street Car Source, correct?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And there's a group of people there. It's kind of hard. I'm going to ask you to try and go back in time to that moment. There may be some things you've learned since then. I'm interested in, at that very moment, as you're standing there with that group of people, did you know any of them?
No.
I got to ask, why are you in the picture?
I saw the guy right to the right of me dressing up, and I was so impressed. And he mentioned he's from ex-army, and I was like, I'd never seen that, and I normally saw these things on TV. So I'm the one who requested, can I take a picture? And I think somebody did. I can't recall who did it. And then I gave my phone number to Nick to send it to me, and then that's it.
Did he ever do that?
Yeah, he did.
Can you tell us which one is Nick?
The guy with the white hat.
Okay, that's the
With
white
the
hat with the
X's.
red cross?
Yes.
And I assume before this night you knew who he was?
No, because I always work in Milwaukee, and my brother runs the Kenosha stores.
Okay. Let's put aside Nick for a second. Did you know anyone else in that picture?
No, sir.
What was your understanding at that moment in time what those people were doing there? Did you have an understanding?
A lot of cars came, I think 3 or 4, I can't recall which ones, and me and my technician parking our Hummer inside the shop because the brake lines were leaked, and I saw these people were dressing up and this, and I went over there and I observed that they're dressing up. For me, that was really impressive.
But again, my question is, what was your understanding of why they were there? Did you have an understanding of why they were at your place?
They were saying that they were here to protect Kenosha because and community service, and I was like, okay.
Did you hear any of them say they were specifically there for car source?
No.
You mentioned that there was a Hummer that you parked inside a shop. Was it this building shown in the picture?
Yes.
Okay.
All the way to the end.
Okay. We know this is the 63rd Street car source.
Mm-hmm.
I'd like you to take a look at the people in that photograph there. Obviously, you're next to them at 63rd Street. My question is, were you with any of those people anywhere else that night?
No.
Were you with any of those people at the Car Doctor location on the southwest corner of 59th and Sheridan at any point that night?
I recalled there were a lot of right across the street from a Car Doctor. A lot of people were walking by. I observed some people over there, yes.
Which of those people in the photograph did you observe by the Car Doctor? The one I'm going to use, you're calling it the Car Doctor. We actually haven't heard that up until today, but either way, it's that car source location on the southwest corner, or the Car Doctor location on the southwest corner of 59th and Sheridan. You know which location I'm talking about?
Right across the street from the main lot, right? Yes.
Which of the people in that photograph did you see or were you with at that Car Doctor location?
No one.
No one in that photograph?
No. I saw a lot of people, like from a Car Doctor. If I'm standing over there, across the street, they were passing, and then, yeah, I saw that.
But that wasn't anybody in this photograph?
Not that I recall.
Okay, thank you.
Cross-examination? Recross?
Mr. Kidry, I have one question. Are you aware that the people in that picture were at all three of your family businesses that evening?
No.
You were unaware of that?
No.
Okay. And
No, I was not aware of it. Or
Yeah, no, I'm not aware of it.
And you, at a little before curfew, you had left for the night, and that was your involvement on the 24th, correct?
Is it Tuesday?
I'm sorry, 25th.
Was it Tuesday?
Yes.
Yeah, that day, that's the last thing I did was took the picture, and then my brother came in with our mechanic because we heard people chanting over by the courthouse, and then my brother came with the mechanic. He dropped him off, and we're like, okay, let's go. We just left.
I don't have anything else. Thank you.
Any direct? You may step down, sir.
Thank you.
What time? Let's see. We stopped at. We started at 12:30. Or we didn't start till 1 o'clock. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, we were haggling.
I'm waiting for my pizza. Pizza time. Pizza time. Get a pizza sandwich. Maybe I'll put 2 pieces of pizza on top of each other and make a pizza sandwich. Nah, I'm just kidding. Probably not going to do that. Maybe I will, maybe I won't, but probably not. But hey, maybe I will.
You solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So
I love pizza. And I love sandwiches.
Good afternoon, sir.
Could you please bring that microphone as close as you can and speak as loud as possible into it? It's sometimes hard to hear in here.
Sure.
Could you state your name for the record and spell it, please?
Anmol Kendry. It's A-N-M-O-L. Last name K-H-I-N-D-R-I.
How are you currently employed?
I work for Car Source.
What is Car Source?
It's a dealership owned by my dad.
What is your father's name?
Anil Kendry.
How long have you worked for your father's business?
Ever since we started.
When was that?
Back in 2013.
Where is Car Source located?
We have 2 locations. The main location is 5821 Sheridan Road, Kenosha, Wisconsin, and the second one is on 6226 Sheridan Road, Kenosha.
Are there any other locations that are named Car Source?
No, sir.
Do you have your own business as well?
I just started a month ago.
Is that in any way related to Car Source?
No.
Are you familiar with a location called Car Doctor?
Yes, sir.
Can you tell us what you know about that?
That's actually our inspection center because we have a lot of regulations that we have to follow for DOT. So every car that comes in has to be inspected by mechanics. Doesn't matter if they're certified, but yeah, we just use it as well as we have a body shop and a detailing center there.
All of that occurs at Car Doctor?
Yes, sir.
Where is Car Doctor?
It's right across the street from 5821.
Sir, there's a map on the wall behind you there, and that is showing the area of Sheridan Road. On the north, at the top of the map, is 58th Street, and at the bottom of the map, on the south end, is 63rd Street. Right in front of you, by the microphone, is a little laser pointer. Would you mind using that laser pointer and pointing out on this map where those 2 Car Source locations are that you described?
I can't see that far back.
If you need to get up and walk over there, feel free.
Please, thank you. Yes, I do see it now. Yes.
Could you please point them out for us?
This is our first location.
And I think you said first location?
Yes.
Okay, and where's the other one?
The other one is 63rd and Sheridan.
And then could you please point out the location that you have identified as Car Doctor?
Yes. It is right here.
And for the record, that is labeled on the map Car Source. It is located at the southwest corner of 59th Street and Sheridan Road. Is that accurate?
5912 Sheridan Road. Yeah, that's correct.
At any point around August of 2020, were you employed by or an owner of any of those locations?
Sorry, could you repeat that question?
Yeah. We're going to be talking about the night of August 25th, 2020.
Sure.
That was a Tuesday night, 2 days after Jacob Blake was shot.
Okay.
Do you remember that time period?
Yes.
You've identified the 2 Car Source locations.
Yes.
On August 25th, 2020, did you work for those locations?
Yes.
What was your job there?
Move inventory.
What does that mean exactly? Did you say move?
Move, yes. We moved all our inventory to our storage units.
Where you don't need to give me an address, but where were your storage?
Illinois.
Illinois?
Illinois, yes.
Let me back up a second just so I
Sure.
can make sure we're on the same page here. We've heard a lot of testimony, and we've seen videos of the, I think you called the first location
Yes.
at in the 5800 block of Sheridan Road.
Sure.
The cars were damaged. There was fire that burned almost all of them up.
Yes,
Correct?
That is correct.
Do you remember what night that happened?
That happened. They say it's Sunday night, but it was very early Monday morning.
You just described moving your inventory to a storage location. Why did you do that?
Because my dad asked me to, and we did have quite a few inventory. The main lot that got burned down, the 63rd location, was as well as jam-packed with full of cars.
Is it fair to say, sir, that after you had a large number of your cars destroyed at the first location, you decided to make sure that you got all of the other cars off the other location?
That is correct.
And that's why you were moving them?
Yes.
By the way, do you go by the name Sam?
Yes, I do.
Now, I just asked you what your job was at those two car sources, and I think you told me it was to move inventory.
Inventory management, in terms of buying vehicles from the auctions, getting them ready, get them transported, all that, yes.
Were you employed by that other location that you call Car Doctor also?
I am not employed by a car doctor, but I manage. Basically, we get our inventory ready via car doctor.
Why is that location owned and named something different than Car Source?
Because we don't sell cars there.
Okay.
Neither we have license to sell cars there.
When you say you managed the Car Doctor location, you seem to suggest that that didn't mean you were employed there.
No, I'm not employed. Basically, like I said, I manage inventory for Car Source.
Who, back on August 25th, 2020, who owned Car Doctor?
Bunch of weird corporate loopholes here.
Even though you weren't an employee of that location, you managed it?
Well, a lot of the inventory sitting there is from Car Source.
Okay. On the day of August 25th, 2020, which was a Tuesday, were you there at either one of the Car Source locations or at Car Doctor at any point?
Sorry, could you repeat that question?
Absolutely. I am going to focus in on Tuesday, August 25th, 2020. That was the night that Kyle Rittenhouse shot and killed two people.
Yes.
It is 2 days after Jacob Blake was shot, and I'm asking you on that particular day if you were at either of the Car Source locations or Car Doctor.
I was at the Car Doctor location.
What were you doing there?
We had few customers' cars that came back for service. We had two vehicles that needed major repairs. So we were pushing those cars inside the building.
Why were you doing that?
To save them from destruction.
Up until that point, had any of the property at the Car Doctor location been damaged?
No, sir. Sorry, could you repeat that question again?
Absolutely. I think you're describing that on Tuesday, August 25th, you and someone else were pushing some cars inside the building.
Yes.
What I'm wondering is, before that, had any of that property at that location, the building or the cars or anything else, been damaged?
on Tuesday or before Tuesday?
Before Tuesday.
Before Tuesday. Sorry, I have to think about it. It's about a year back. So you were asking Monday?
Well, I think you've testified that Car Source 1, the first
Yes.
location, had been destroyed by fire.
Right.
What I'm wondering is, were any of the other locations, the Car Doctor or the other Car Source, burned or damaged in any way?
I'm sorry, I cannot remember. I don't believe so.
Other than pushing some of the customers' cars inside the building at Car Doctor, what else did you do at those locations on Tuesday?
We basically removed our mechanic tools because we didn't know what was going to happen, and cleaned up because there was, from Monday night, you can say, some cars did get damaged, a lot of glass everywhere, and our mechanics and detailers were basically clearing up the lot. Just clean up, basically, pretty much.
Yeah, I wonder what he thought when I picked up my pizza with his
Other
captain's
than
hat
what
on.
you just described, did you do anything else at either of the Car Source locations or at Car Doctor on that Tuesday?
On Tuesday, no sir. Majority of the time I spent was at Car Doctor.
Did you ever have any discussions that day with anyone about protecting or guarding either of the Car Source locations or Car Doctor?
No sir.
Do you know, or have you ever heard of a person by the name of Kyle Rittenhouse?
Now I have.
On that day, did you have any contact of any kind? Phone call, a face-to-face discussion, email, a text message, anything like that with the person that you now know is Kyle Rittenhouse?
No sir.
Sir, I have a message that is up on the TV screen there. I would like you to please read it to yourself. Have you had a chance to read that message?
Yes sir.
Before today, had you ever seen that message before?
Before today? Yes sir.
When was the first time that you saw that message?
I cannot tell you exact time.
How many
but
cars
it
does this guy
was
have?
The day
At least
after
15.
the-
Unless he's going to let his brother outshine him.
The shooting occurred on a Tuesday,
Yes.
August 25th.
Yes.
Are you saying that you saw this message on Wednesday?
I am not sure. I cannot remember which day it was, but it was pretty close.
Where did you first see this message? In other words, did you see it on a device that you possess, or was it something on the internet, or
My
what?
cell phone.
Was this?
Sorry.
I didn't hear your answer.
Sorry, what was the question again?
I think you said my cell phone.
This message, yes, on my cell phone. Sorry.
Mr. Kindry, the message that's up on that screen, was that a message that you personally received on your cell phone at some point?
Yes, sir.
And I believe you're not sure exactly when it was that you first saw it. Is that fair to say?
Yes, sir.
There is a timestamp on this message, and it says yesterday, 3:02 p.m. Do you have any idea? Does that help you at all to figure out when this was?
The day after, I'm assuming.
Well, I get that, but I'm wondering if that helps you to understand which day of the week it was.
Wednesday?
Which would mean that this message came in on Tuesday?
Yes.
The message appears to be from someone who identifies themselves as Kyle. Do you know who that is?
I do not.
Someone sent this to your personal cell phone, fair?
Yes.
Do you have any idea how that person got your cell phone number?
Well, ever since Monday morning and Tuesday, I've given out my cell phone number, maybe hundreds of thousands of people, media, general public, my customers. They actually came by for condolences and stuff.
Do you remember giving your personal cell phone out? And I'll just point out, the defendant, Kyle Rittenhouse, is here in court. Put up the photo, please. There is going to be a photograph that I'm going to show you on the screen. Let me just ask first, Mr. Kindry, have you ever seen that photo before?
Yes, I have.
Were you there at the time that that photo was taken?
I was not.
Do you recognize anyone in that photograph?
My brother?
Other than your brother, do you recognize anyone else?
My ex-detailer?
What is that person's name?
Nick.
Can you identify him in that photo?
He's wearing a hat with a cross.
He is the gentleman with the white hat with the red cross on it?
Yes, sir.
Other than your brother and the detailer, Nick, do you know or recognize anyone else in that photograph?
No, sir.
The individual who is the second from the right, he is a male with a green shirt, a black long gun, and wearing a backwards baseball cap. There is an orange device or some sort of case right in front of him on the ground. Do you understand who I'm referring to?
Yes.
That is the defendant, Kyle Rittenhouse, as he looked on the night of Tuesday, August 25th. On that night, or at any point on that day, Tuesday, August 25th, do you remember having any contact with that person?
Sorry, I got a question for you.
Yeah.
While he's armed?
No. I'm asking if you remember at any point on that Tuesday having any contact with that person, either in face-to-face, over the phone, a text message, an email, any contact of any kind.
I do remember he came to me at Car Source at the first location.
When you say the first location, is that the one in the 5800 block that had been
Yes, sir.
damaged by the
Yes,
fires?
sir.
Tell us what you remember about him coming to you at that location.
It was pretty normal. Just like everybody else, they were talking to us and that you're gonna be fine and this and that. You will come back from this. His response was the same, like the way he said it. He talked about how he can help us with fundraising the business, and I'm sure he asked for my phone number, which I gave it to him, just like I gave it to the media or any other individual who was nice and polite. And I don't remember him giving me his phone number, neither I asked for it.
Did you talk to him about protecting or guarding either one of the car sources locations or car doctor?
I did not.
On Tuesday, August 25th, did you talk to anyone about guarding or protecting either of the car source locations or the car doctor?
I did not.
You've identified your person that used to work as a detailer, Nick, in that white hat with the red cross?
Yes.
So this is August 25th, 2020. Was he still working with your family companies in
Not
any
at
way?
all, sir.
But he had done so in the past?
That's not good.
That was quite far back.
If Kyle doesn't have a reason to be there to protect anything, that's not good.
On that day, August 25th, that Tuesday, did you talk to Nick Smith, that individual?
I did not.
Did you provide keys to anyone on Tuesday, August 25th, so they could get in or out?
I hope
of
the
any of
cross
car
exam
source locations
is
or car
fucking
doctor?
baller.
I did not.
Did you offer money to anyone?
I did not.
Please let me finish.
Sure.
Did you offer money to anyone in exchange for them guarding or protecting either of the car source locations or car doctor?
I did not.
Did you give anyone permission to be inside any of the buildings on either car source location or the car doctor location on Tuesday, August 25th?
I did not.
Did you give anyone permission to guard or protect any of those three properties?
I did not.
On that particular evening,
I hope the
you
cross
know
examination is so good
that
because
there were people there with guns.
this is not turning out great for Kyle right
who
here.
had taken upon themselves to guard any of those car source locations or car doctor. Did you know that night that any of that was going on?
I did not.
I assume there came a time after that where you learned about that. Is that fair to say?
The next day, yes.
How did you learn about that?
News channel.
Was that the first time that you knew about any of that stuff?
Videos. Yeah.
I want to go back for a second to that text message that we showed on the screen earlier. Did you ever respond to this text message at any time?
I did not. I didn't know who it was.
One second, please, sir.
Sure.
Let's take a break, folks. Please don't talk about the case. Read, watch, or listen on the account of the trial. We'll see you in about 15 minutes.
That's bullshit. It's gonna be 30 minutes. Easily. Anytime the judge says a time, you just instantly add 15 minutes to that. Now, hopefully I'm wrong, but generally I've been right the whole time. Well, I just housed half a pizza chat. Half a large, what is it? Pepperoni. Raging pepperoni from Toppers. And a couple of the hot buffalo wings. I better drink some water. I'm going to be sodium overload. Good shit, chat. Well, this is fun, isn't it, chat? Is anyone else about to go smoke a ball? Because I just might. I used to smoke weed with a criminal defense lawyer. Interesting lifestyle. You're basically the guy anyone you know calls when the shit goes down. Ha! Hilarious. Oh, here we go. Are they gonna go to the, back to the trial here or what? There we go.
Hello? Oh, sorry. No, I was calling the jury.
Okay, goodbye.
Hello? Would you come down, please? Yes.
God damn it, Judge. Let's frickin' go.
You may be seated.
There we go.
Everybody's here, I think. Mr. Sharofsky.
Mr. Kendrick.
No, sir.
Do you have a concern that if you allowed or gave permission to those armed men in that picture to be on your property with your permission, that you could be sued for that based on what happened?
I did not allow anybody, neither I gave anybody permission.
Not my question, sir.
Okay, sorry.
My question is this. Do you have concern that if you allowed armed men to protect your property and someone was shot at your property, that you and your family could face a lawsuit for that?
Could you repeat that question? I'm sorry.
Sure.
Thank you.
Do you have concern?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I'll start with this. You, after watching the videos, you understand that Mr. Rosenbaum was shot on your property, correct?
Yes.
My question to you is this. Do you have concern that if you allowed armed men to protect your property, and one of those armed men then ended up shooting someone, that you and your family could be sued for that?
No, sir.
You don't have any concern about that?
No, sir.
How much inventory from the 24th, the 23rd and the 24th, in terms of loss of money, how much money did your businesses lose in terms of damage to property?
I cannot give you an exact number at this
Fuck,
time.
I forgot to smoke.
Can you give me a ballpark?
Sorry, I cannot remember at this moment.
More than 100,000?
Yes.
More than 250,000?
I do not know, sir.
So, is this like your family? Is this the business that feeds your family?
I work for my dad.
Okay.
Yes.
And you don't have, and you're the inventory manager?
Yes.
And you don't know what your loss was from those fires?
I personally never calculated it. My dad does the money part.
Did your, if you know, did Car Source and Car Doctor, did they have insurance for those vehicles that were burned?
Yes.
Okay. Now, on the 20, do you know Dominic Black by chance?
I do not.
You know Nick Smith?
Yes.
Do you know a man by the name of Justin Hamilton?
Ex-mechanic, yes.
Okay, and Mr. Smith and Mr. Hamilton both worked for you, is that right?
In the past, yes.
And just letting you know, Mr. Black, Dominic Black, has testified in this case already. Okay? If Dominic Black said that you gave him permission, along with the other people, to be those armed men to be present on your property on the evening of the 25th, would that be not true?
I did not give anybody permission.
So Mr. Black would be lying about that.
Objection.
Typically, the witnesses are not permitted to testify as to the truthfulness of statements made by others. However, the witnesses, you can rephrase it in such a way that the witness can be made aware of the testimony of the other witness and then asked for the truth of it. But not the truth of the other person's testimony, the truth of the matter.
That was already done.
Well, it was, but I'm going to let him.
Okay, Judge, fair enough. On the morning of the 25th, I'll strike that. On the 24th, do you know, did Nick Smith and Justin Hamilton come to your properties and help try to put out those fires?
Which day was that?
The 24th.
Which day of the week?
Monday? Monday. Monday the 24th.
Now, could you repeat that question, please?
On Monday the 24th, did Nick Smith and Justin Hamilton come to your properties, the Car Source properties, to help put out those fires?
On which property?
Any of the properties.
Do you know the time? Like, sorry, I can't understand the question.
You don't, I just want to make sure, you don't understand the question of whether or not somebody came to help put out fires at your property?
On Monday, you said?
Yes.
You said, what was the name of the people?
Nick Smith, he worked for you at one point, yes?
Years back, yes.
Justin Hamilton, he worked for you at one point, yes?
Years back, yes.
Did they come to your properties or property and help fight or put out the fires from the 24th?
At the location of Car Doctor.
So, yes, they did.
Yes. I will have to look at the video or photograph. I cannot remember that far back. I'm sorry.
Were you there attempting to put out any of the fires on your property?
No, sir.
Did you call anyone to assist to try to help, or did you just let the property burn?
What do you mean by that? I'm sorry.
Did you do anything? Did you call anyone? Did you ask for help? Did you physically do anything to try to stop
I
the
called
fire?
911 several times, yes.
Did anybody show up?
I do not know.
Okay. Nick Smith and Justin Hamilton, if you know, they showed up at least one of your properties to help put out the fires, correct?
I will have to look at the photo or a video.
Okay.
Sure.
Do you recall asking them to help put out the fires at your property?
I did not ask anybody.
No?
I did not ask.
And on the 25th, the morning of the 25th, did you call Nick Smith again and ask him for help that day?
I did not.
Which would be Tuesday?
I did not.
Okay. So, if I could just maybe turn around. So this is, we have referred to this as Car Source number 1. If you know this, this is what I refer to as Ruther High School. That's a school right there, right? I'm sorry, you have to talk into my phone.
Oh, yes.
Okay. And on the morning of the 25th, this building right here, this school, had suffered graffiti damage. Do you know that?
I do not.
You weren't at the property across the street from it earlier that morning?
I did not stay there.
I didn't ask you that. I asked, were you there and did you see graffiti on the school?
I saw graffiti on the roadblocks. I did not see it on the school.
Okay. Did you see that morning Kyle Rittenhouse cleaning graffiti off of that school?
I did not.
You had a conversation with Kyle Rittenhouse that morning of the 25th, correct?
I remember that I had basically when I got there with my parents, people reach out to us pretty much.
And when you say we got there, you're talking about
At Car Source.
The 5912?
Yes, 5821.
Sorry, 5821. And you had a conversation, according to your statement, with Kyle Rittenhouse.
Which, yes.
Okay, you gave a written statement on September 11th to a Detective Cypress?
Yes.
Remember that?
I do remember that.
Okay. And you had a conversation with Kyle Rittenhouse, correct?
Yes.
And Kyle Rittenhouse, he had offered to help, according to your statement, and fundraise for your business. Is that right?
He wanted to help with fundraising the business.
Right. You told that to Detective Cypress.
Yes.
Cheers
And
to daytime drinking. Let's go.
you gave him your phone number because he asked for it. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, was there any damage to the car doctor or to Car Source on 63rd? Was there damage to those properties on the 24th?
Which was Monday?
Yes.
I'm sorry, it's just over a year. Monday. Okay, Monday. Okay, please go on with the question. Sorry, could you repeat that?
Was there any property damage to the car doctor or the Car Source, what we call Car Source 3, on the 24th?
On the Car Source on 63rd, no damage.
Car doctor.
No damage.
So, all right. So, 2 of the 3 properties at that point had not suffered any damage from the riots.
There were a few windshields crack on the inventory itself at Car Doctor.
The buildings were okay?
Yes.
Okay. How about on the... Did you go down and check your property on the 26th, which would have been the morning after the shootings?
Morning after. Which location?
Both of the properties that had not been previously damaged.
Yes.
Was there any damage to either one of those properties on the 26th?
At Car Doctor.
And what was that damage?
Towards the back, where the body shop is.
What kind of damage?
So when we arrived at Car Doctor, went inside, our mechanics were there. He actually pointed out, hey, you want to come see this?
Now when you say he, we're talking about your mechanic.
Our mechanic.
You don't have to tell me what he said, can you just tell me what he showed you?
Yes, that's what I'm about to do. So he took us towards the back, towards the building where there's a body shop. So it's a 4-car garage, and what we observed was there's the body cars, a lot of bumpers, a lot of taillights, headlights. All those cars in the back are for body repair. So there is pickup trucks, they're usually rust out, and there are a few of them, but there was one by the garage.
So the damage was to the, if I have what you're saying right, to the inventory.
Well, no, I didn't finish it. So basically, there was a lot of glass on the back door. I can't. And the garage doors, the rectangular tiles that are see-through, they were stretched. They were fallen inside the shop. So it seemed like it was a break-in.
Desolator, they just hire other people. They're just the owners.
Do you have, I'll ask it to you this way. On the morning of the 25th, you went to the properties to make sure that they were okay from the night before, the 24th, right? I'm talking about Car Doctor and Car Source 3. You checked the properties, make sure they were okay.
Ethan, why aren't I streaming this on
Monday night
Twitch?
Yeah, Monday.
Can't stream this on Twitch. I would get banned for gore.
Tuesday morning.
Because of the evidence that they show of the shootings. That's the only reason why, buddy.
Now, at Car Doctor, you have a ladder, is that right?
Not that I can recall.
Do you have a ladder at any of your properties?
No, I don't think so. I don't believe so.
Have you seen videos of, on the night of the 25th, of people at your property?
I have.
Okay. They're on the roof, right? Yes?
Yes.
Do you have a way to get to the roof?
They made a way.
Oh, were you there?
No.
So I want you to tell me what you know, not what you're guessing.
Yes, that's
okay?
what I was about to, when I brought up the pickup truck. On top of the pickup truck has a cab. Okay, we had about you can say, at that time, probably 250, 280, less than 300 tires in the back shed. And we keep them in the shop or whatever. So they are stacked on top of the pickup truck, on the cab, towards the roof.
So it is your belief that these men climbed up on the tires and then climbed up on the roof? That's your belief?
I just told you what I saw the next day, on Wednesday morning.
And you never provided, is it your testimony today, you never provided a ladder to anybody to get on the roof of CarSource?
I did not.
Do you know if your brother was there that night prior to curfew, right? On the 25th?
The 25th.
If this helps, I can tell you there's a picture of him with the men.
It's better with the days, Monday and Tuesday. Sorry, I just have a hard time with the dates.
Do you know if your brother gave them a ladder?
No.
You don't know?
No, you don't.
He did not.
Were you there?
At Car Doctor?
At Car Source at 7:30, 8 o'clock at night on Tuesday.
On the 63rd Street?
Yeah. I'll ask you this: when did you leave the properties for good? On the 25th.
Before curfew.
Okay. When?
It was in between 7:30, 7:45.
Did you see those people that were armed at any one of those properties on the 25th?
No, sir.
You did you see that? You didn't see them like standing with your brother in that photograph?
I did see that.
So you saw
I did or did not?
But in the photograph, I do see people.
So you saw those people on your property on the evening of the 25th, Tuesday?
Yes.
With your brother?
No.
You just saw them there without your brother?
When I got there, I was ready to take off. I had to just lock up the building and heading home before the chaos and all the protest starts.
And those people were at your property?
Those people...
The people with guns, they were at your property, right?
I saw a lot of people on Sheridan Road armed.
I'm asking you specifically if you saw people with guns on your property before you left to go home on Tuesday.
I'm sorry, I cannot remember. I know that I was asking my brother to leave.
So you were down there to pick up your brother, right?
No.
You were down there to...
I got a ride from my mechanic. He dropped me off, and I came in, locked up the store, and we left.
Agree that the next day, meaning the Wednesday, there's no damage to any of the doors on your building in terms of no locks busted, none of that stuff, correct?
On which location?
Any of them.
Car Doctor, there is damage.
To the locks?
To the back. To the glass, to the garage doors.
Right, but You don't know who did that.
I do not know.
Okay. And have you watched the video of people, armed men, walking in and out of the car source that evening?
Yes, I have. I have.
You've seen that?
Yes.
Okay. Did Nick Smith have a key to your building?
No,
Did you give him a key that night?
I did not.
How about Justin Hamilton?
No, I did not.
No?
No.
But you saw on the video them walking in and out of your store.
I cannot even tell who is who or who these people are.
That wasn't my question. My question was you saw people walking in and out of your
Yes, I did.
store. Did you ever ask Kyle Rittenhouse if he could help protect your business on on Tuesday the 25th?
I did not.
You never asked, and you never asked Nick Smith, and you never asked Justin Hamilton.
No, I did not.
I'm going to ask you to this way, and I'm not trying to be offensive the way I say this is. Were you just willing to let your property be damaged on the 25th?
After seeing the destruction, there's nothing I could do.
So you kind of resigned yourself to the fact that whatever was going to happen on that day was going to happen. Is that what you're saying?
I do not know.
Sir, have you provided interviews as it relates to the damage to your property?
I may have.
Okay. I'm looking at one of those interviews right now, and what I want to ask you is if this sounds about right to you, and I'm taking it off of your interview. 137 vehicles were burned on your lots. Does that sound about right?
If that's what it says.
That's not the question.
I do not know the numbers off the top of my head. I'm sorry. I don't have the.
Would you challenge that it was 137, or does that sound about pretty close?
Close.
$2.5 million in losses. Sound about right?
I don't know. My dad handles the money part of the business.
Your family had to hire a lawyer because your insurance wasn't going to cover those damages.
That is not true.
That's not true? So if you said that you're working with a lawyer to convince your insurance company to cover at least some of the damages, that's not true.
I did not have to hire an attorney.
In this interview, did you tell the writer, our insurance company is finding their way out, so they don't have to pay for all this arson? Did you tell him that?
Well, there was no acceptance from the insurance company, so there's...
My question to you was, did you tell this interviewer that our insurance company is finding their way out, so they don't have to pay for all this arson? Is that correct?
I'm sorry, I do not remember.
You don't remember saying that?
I do not remember. And to add to that, they also said that I was dead. That was in the media too. so I do not.
Well, I'm
remember.
asking what you said. Okay?
I do not remember, sir.
You do not remember having that conversation?
I do not.
You don't dispute the 2.5 million?
I cannot tell you. I don't deal with the numbers. My dad does. I'm an inventory manager, sir.
So are they gonna call the dad to the stand or what?
The only person quoted in this article, your dad's not quoted, it's you. Has your dad given interviews, do you know?
He does not speak much English.
Okay, so the numbers came from somewhere, and your dad doesn't speak English, and your brother doesn't work there, so it's you, right?
But I do not remember that. I'm sorry, it's been over a year.
Okay. So when you testified under oath that you had insurance for all of this, that's not true, right?
I'm sorry, what was the question again?
You've already testified under oath.
He's acting
that you
stupid.
had insurance for
He's
all
acting
of
like he doesn't understand
That's
English.
not true.
That does not work out in court.
We do have insurance. My dad does have insurance on all the locations.
But not for those vehicles due to arson, correct?
I'm not understanding the question. I'm so sorry. Could you repeat that for me?
I asked you, one of the first questions I asked
Sure.
was about your loss. You had said you have insurance. My statement to you is you don't have insurance for all the damage done to those vehicles from arson. Isn't that true?
We do have insurance.
For arson.
Answer the question which was asked.
For ours. I do not know.
Did you see your brother give 4 men a ride in his BMW
Yeah, he gave him a mustache ride.
from the 59th Street
Get
address
wrecked.
down to the 6226 address? Did you see him giving?
I did not.
No. I don't have any other questions for you. Thank you, sir.
Redirect.
Yeah.
You may step down, sir. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? I do.
Can you please state your first and last name and spell them for the benefit of the court reporter?
Officer Eric Widener, E-R-I-C-H, W-E-I-D-N-E-R.
And Mr. Widener, how are you employed?
As a City of Kenosha police officer.
How long have you been a police officer?
Going on 22 years now.
And what is your current assignment?
Third shift patrol.
And were you working on the evening of August 25th, 2020?
Yes.
What were your general duties that evening?
I was assigned patrol.
So the city of Kenosha was patrolling on that night?
Yes.
And where were you stationed, or what were your activities, let's say at the beginning of your shift that night?
Just normal patrol, taking calls if a call came out for service, staying in the area of the downtown area, uptown area, and just taking normal calls when someone called 911.
What do you mean by staying in the downtown area or uptown area?
In the outskirts of the heavy congested area that was having the unrest.
So that was part of your duty, was to stay around there, but then if another call came in, domestic violence or burglary, you'd go to that call?
Yes.
At any point were you directed to go to the area of 63rd Street and Sheridan Road?
Yes.
Why were you directed to go there?
I am an evidence technician also, and I was called to go and process a shooting scene.
So what is an evidence technician?
We have special training above and beyond what a normal patrol officer has, and we respond to calls of service for like burglaries, anything that needs fingerprinting, shootings, shots fired, suspicious deaths, stuff like that. Kind of like what everyone knows as a CSI, but we do it kind of as on patrol.
Now, what you said you were there to process the scene, what does that mean?
I was told there was a shooting scene, and they wanted me to process it, photograph it, document it, and collect evidence.
At that point, how many details about the shooting were you given?
None. Just that there's a shooting, and a subject was down.
Can I ask you to bring the microphone closer to you?
Just trying to lean forward.
You can move the microphone, actually.
Okay.
That might be easier.
All right. Much better.
So what is the first thing you did when you got to this? The scene is a car source location, is that correct?
Correct. It's a car place at 63rd and Sheridan.
What is the first thing you did when you arrived on this scene?
I spoke to multiple supervisors on the scene, asked them what the circumstances were. The person who was shot was not on scene anymore, so I asked questions about that. And then I was walked towards where they thought the scene was.
And then what is the next thing that happened?
Eventually, I started locating some evidence, and I started photographing the scene.
Where did you first locate evidence?
The first evidence I located was spent shell casings or fired shell casings in the street, about the 900 block of 63rd, which is west of Sheridan Road.
Now, there should be a laser pointer up there. If not, I can give you one. I think there's one in front of you. Could you just indicate on the map where you found those casings that you just referred to? So you're pointing to the 900 block of 63rd Street, sort of towards the end of that block in front of the car source?
Yes.
And could you tell what kind of shell casings those were?
Those were .40 caliber.
Are those the type that would be normally fired by a handgun?
Typically, yes.
And those were actually in the street?
Correct.
What's the next thing you discovered, or what did you do next?
I placarded them with little number placards for the photographs 1 and 2, and then as I walked east towards the car lot, I found another shell casing that matched the other two on the parkway, which is between the sidewalk and the street. Typical houses would have grass, but it was a business, so it was concrete there.
So that was another 40 caliber shell casing?
Correct.
That was still not on the lot of the car source?
No. Parkway.
What is the next thing that happened?
I walked into the parking lot and I observed what appeared to be blood on the concrete of the parking lot. Closest to would be the southeast corner of the building.
Can I get that? What is the number again? 47. These are scene photos. Can I get the first photo should be exhibit 47. Not sure how to turn these on. Is it this one?
CFC, what race do you think that I am?
Officer, if I could direct your attention to the screen, to Exhibit 47, what are we looking at here?
So the building I'm talking about is to the left on this picture, and there's a group of 6 cars. That's where most of my evidence I found reference the shooting happened, and that's where the blood was found also, possible blood.
Right, so is it fair to say that if you were standing where the person that took this picture, which was, I presume, you, did you take this picture?
Yes.
Are you facing Sheridan?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear.
Yep.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. So is it fair to say that as you were taking this photo, you're looking directly at Sheridan Road and then what is now Freighter behind Sheridan Road?
Correct, I'm facing east.
Okay. That's a more succinct way of putting it.
Towards the lake.
And so in the middle of this area of cars is where you found most of the evidence in this scene?
Correct.
Can I have the next exhibit, 48, please? Officer, what is this?
Again, the eastbound picture, just a little bit more close up to the cars.
And exhibit 49? Is this the building?
This is the building I was talking about. It's the very south end of the building where the group of 6 cars were parked.
And the next, I believe, would now be exhibit 50? What is this, sir?
It's a picture of 2 cars. The silver car, I believe there's a number of placards next to it. Those should be, one of them should be where the possible blood is. The other one should be shell casings I found, fired shell casings.
So that moisture on the concrete there, is that related to the crime scene or is that something else?
I couldn't determine what that was.
Now, you talked about placards. There's a pointer there next to, on top of the, no, I'm sorry, an actual wooden pointer.
Mm-hmm.
Could you just go and point out what you mean by placards?
I believe those placards were 4 and 5. Both of those placards were fired shell casings.
And what kind of shell casings were they?
223 Remington Aguilas. Aguila, A-G-U-I-L-A, I believe.
You move to exhibit 51, please. At this point, I'd move exhibit 47, 48, 49, and 50 into evidence, and I would ask for 51 on the screen.
Objection. I don't. Is he?
Is this one of the placards you were discussing?
Correct.
And that's one of the 223 rounds?
Correct.
How many rounds of 223 ammunition did you find?
That night I found 2, which is labeled right here in this picture.
Those are the 2 that you found?
Correct.
Are you aware if any others were found of 223 ammunition?
I was told multiple days later that some other ammunition was found.
And do you know where it was found?
I was told under a car, is all I heard.
Did you look under every car for casings?
Yes, I looked under cars.
With a flashlight or something?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, with the oblique angle with the flashlight, if you put it on a side angle, the shell casings usually pop out at you because they're on a different plane. I didn't see anything under the cars.
And you're doing this around midnight, after midnight on that evening?
Correct.
Yeah, is that some of the blood next to it?
No, the blood's off to the left from the picture.
If I could have the next exhibit, number 52. That's just a close-up of the same placard?
It's a medium shot of the same placard, and eventually I'll do a close-up of it before I pick it up.
Next exhibit 53, please. What are we looking at here?
Right, number 5 is at the bottom of the screen. That's one of the fired shell casings that I was just talking about. And then number 6, which is up on towards the top of the screen, towards the other vehicle that's parked, that was the possible blood that I found.
And would that be all that darker colored area there?
It's hard to see from that picture, but it's definitely where the placard is. I'm not sure about the black color on the right. I don't know what that is.
And is it fair to say that when we're looking at this picture, we're sort of looking in the midst of those group of 6 cars, kind of in the middle of them?
Yeah, I guess, yes.
Okay. So what is the next thing that you did?
I most likely took a medium and close-up of the possible blood on the ground, and then I noticed there's a black hooded, like a full face mask that was to the right or to the north of this picture right here.
So this is just placard 5, that's one of the casings?
Correct. So this one you can see placard 7, which is that mask that I've located there. It appeared to be fresh, like someone just dropped it there. It had no weathering on it, nothing like it's been there for months or anything like that. Not sure if it had anything to do with the case that we're on, so I just labeled it.
So as we're looking at this, are you facing south?
Yes, I'm facing south. I'm standing at the corner of the building, the southeast corner of the building.
And you're looking right at where the shooting happened?
I'm looking at where my located evidence was found, yes.
So we're kind of looking into the middle of that group of 6 cars?
Correct.
And did you change any of the lighting or do anything with the lighting from earlier in the evening? The lighting that was on that parking lot?
No.
About how long after the shooting were you processing the scene?
I cannot answer. I don't remember. We would have timestamps of that for our dispatch, but I don't remember, to be honest with you.
But it wasn't like 4 in the morning at this point?
No.
So it would have been relatively close to when the incident occurred?
If I had to guesstimate, I'd say an hour.
Okay. I believe this is Exhibit 54.
Is there objection?
No. Okay. That's it then, right? Yes.
Okay.
So 51, 52, 53, and 54, I'd like to move into evidence. What is then the next thing that you discovered as you processed the scene?
I believe I took a crime scene video of it, and then I collected all the evidence, and then I proceeded back to the police department for the evidence.
Did you find another casing on Sheridan Road?
I believe it was on 63rd Street, west of all the other casings. So the 40 caliber casings I initially talked about on 63rd Street, those were more towards a house that was labeled 915. I found another one 2 houses away, which is 925 63rd Street, and that turned out to be a 9mm casing, fired casing.
Now, in terms of your activity that evening, is that the extent of your activity at this crime scene?
Before I left, there was a possible shots fired going on in a park west of us, 1 block west of us, and I went over there to attempt to locate evidence also.
Best of your knowledge, that had no relation to this crime scene?
I believe it had nothing to do with this crime scene. There's other shootings going on.
Is everything been moved in? Yes. Okay. I have nothing further. Thank you.
Officer, can you tell me, when you arrived on the scene, did you locate a hospital bag with any items in it?
What kind of bag are you talking about here?
I'm sorry?
What kind of bag? Like
It's
a
only been
grocery bag
described-
or?
It's only been described as like a clear hospital type bag.
I did not locate that bag, no.
How about a fire extinguisher?
Not that I can recall.
Wasn't the shooting the third night of the rioting? That sounds right, but I can't tell you for sure. Cannot tell you for sure.
And you're there relatively quickly after the call comes in, I'm assuming, right?
I'm not sure how long it took me. I was not one of the first responders. It took me a while to get there from the first responding people.
And I think you had said you do kind of like CSI type of work. That's how you described it?
For layman's terms, yes.
Is the area like taped off that night, do you remember?
It was.
And so you're looking, and I believe you, I'm not questioning you. You're looking under cars for spent casings, and you understand that at a time later, a couple days later, there were more casings that had been located. Is that right?
Correct.
Did you have anything to do with the collection of those? Any involvement in the casings that were found after?
No, I did not.
I don't have anything else. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any redirect?
If you remember, what parameters or what were the perimeter of the crime scene that you were examining?
With the crime scene tape, you mean?
Yeah.
When I arrived on scene, the crime scene tape was put up by other officers who responded prior to me. It was on the very south side of 63rd Street, extended from the alley, which is west of the building in question, all the way to Sheridan Road. It crossed Sheridan Road onto the Kenosha Hospital property. It went down the sidewalk northbound towards the other shooting, I guess.
So it was a very large scene.
Yeah, it was taped off. Typically we'll do that. We'll have the crime scene of the main area of the crime scene, and because of large crowds or unruly crowds, we'll expand it farther than normal.
And is it fair to say that there had been if you know that there had been a crowd around this crime scene earlier in the evening?
Once the tape was up?
No, before the tape was up.
Yes, there's large crowds.
And unless you're told specifically it relates to the crime, is a empty fire extinguisher or a hospital bag something you would typically collect?
Unless I determine it's part of the crime for the investigation, then I would collect it. I had no knowledge of a hospital bag or a fire extinguisher being used in this incident.
Nothing further.
Any question?
If it was there, would you have put that little card on it, the hospital bag?
I would have to determine if it had something to do with this. If it's just blown there from the wind or something like that, then no. If it had no relation to what was actually happening, unless someone would have told me there's a bag involved in this, then I'd be looking for a bag, obviously. We're right across the street from a hospital. It could have been a wind. I don't know. I don't remember seeing a bag.
Okay, thank you.
Nothing on that.
Give me a step down, sir.
Thank you.
Another break. Another break. We always do these big ass breaks. We're always doing breaks. Breaks, 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 breaks. Everybody loves breaks.
solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Please be seated.
Officer, I know it's tough because you guys have those big belts on, but if you could just try to maneuver that microphone as close to you as possible and try to speak into it because the acoustics are not great. Can you please state and spell your name for the record?
Jeffrey Van Wie, V-A-N, capital W-I-E.
And officer, how are you employed?
The City of Kenosha Police Department.
How long have you been a police officer?
For 18 years.
Did you become involved in the investigation of a shooting involving a Kyle Rittenhouse?
Yes.
And how did you become involved in that case?
I was handed over evidence by Detectives Howard and Antoranium to process and actually secure into evidence.
And how did you go about obtaining that or starting doing that?
So Detectives Howard and Antoranium met me by the police station. From there, the evidence was brought into our evidence room in the police station, and it was turned over to me.
And was this on August 26th?
Yes.
Do you recall the time?
It was roughly 9 in the morning, but maybe a little before 9 in the morning.
And do you know from where these items had come?
No.
So what is the very first thing you did?
First thing I did was I was given 2 rifle boxes, so I actually processed the rifles and took photos of them.
Now, do you have any special training to do this type of thing?
Yes, I do.
And what is that?
I'm a certified evidence technician for the last 15 years.
And what does that mean?
That means that as far as crime scenes go, that I would, whenever any different kind of crime scene goes, or I would go respond to that scene and I would process that scene for evidence, searching for whether it's DNA or fingerprint evidence or blood evidence. Also just processing evidence. So like if a detective has an item that he needs processed for DNA, then I would actually take that and swab that correctly.
And how do you swab that correctly?
As far as the rifles went, I actually took 3 swabs from each rifle. The swabs I obtained were from the trigger, from the pistol grip, and then from the barrel has a guard around the barrel, so I swabbed the guard of that barrel because that's the most likely place if somebody's holding that weapon that their hand would be on that guard.
Why would you not, or why didn't you swab the actual barrel?
So when I was given these rifles to process, I was instructed to process them. There was at that time, for my knowledge, there was no reason to swab the barrel.
So you swab the areas where someone is most likely to actually grip or hold the weapon.
Correct.
And that generally would not be the barrel of a gun.
Correct.
So what did you do? What's the first weapon that you encountered?
It was a rifle box that was written. It had writing on it, said Kyle Rittenhouse.
So what did you do with that?
With that one, I opened the box up. I wound up taking the serial number down, the information out from the weapon, photographing it, and then swabbing it in those areas I just mentioned for DNA.
Did you take photos of them?
Yes, I did.
And then what is the next thing you did in processing this evidence?
That, once I finish with that, it gets secured up, and then so I tape up the box and it's all.
All right, so you weren't here obviously, but a couple days ago we had an evidence box and it was opened and it was taken out of there. So you would have at first sealed it up in that box. You were the first one to do that?
That's correct.
And then you would put that into evidence?
Yes.
And then you would come back to the next thing?
Correct.
All right, so what's the next thing that you did?
Next was an additional rifle box which was labeled Dominic on it.
And what did you do with that?
The same process. So I wound up swabbing the same areas on that weapon for DNA, photographing it, and then securing it, taping up and securing it.
Now, I want to go back to the box that had Kyle Rittenhouse written on it. Did you ever look into you said there was a rifle. Was there anything else along with the rifle?
There was also a sight, or a scope, if you will, inside the box. It was not attached to the rifle.
Was there anything attached to the rifle?
A black sling.
And was there any ammunition or a magazine or anything like that?
Not in that box. There was a separate bag that had a magazine in it with live ammunition.
And did that have one or two magazines?
Had one.
And was there any markings on that box or bag?
I was informed by the detectives that was from the rifle belonging to Kyle Rittenhouse.
So what did you find when you looked at that magazine?
The magazine had live ammunition in it.
Do you know how much live ammunition was in that magazine?
The magazine itself was a 30 capacity for 30 rounds, and there were 22 live bullets in there, unfired bullets.
And were they all the same brand, or were they different brands?
They were all the same as far as the caliber goes, but there was multiple different brands in there.
And what was the caliber of these?
They were 223s.
And did you take a DNA swab of that piece of evidence as well?
I did a swab of the actual magazine, so I took a swab off each side of the magazine, a DNA swab.
One swab on both, or one
swab on each side of the magazine.
And then did you package up the magazine and the live
so
rounds?
I wound up taking each unfired projectile out, and then in the order they came in, I secured them in boxes. So like the first unfired bullet that I ejected out of the magazine, I would put in a box and label it 1. The second one 2. So I did that for all 22 rounds, and then took photos of each one.
Took photos of each one?
Correct.
Did you do the same thing with the rifle that was labeled Dominic?
There was no ammunition with that, no magazine.
But you did the same process in terms of the DNA swabbing?
Of the actual rifle, yes.
And then what do you do once you take these swabs?
So the swabs, I wound up securing. The swabs actually go in a little swab box, and I secure them in an envelope, something that can breathe, that's breathable. And then that gets taped up, and I secure those in a locker into evidence.
Was there any other evidence that was not related to these firearms that you packaged or logged that day?
There were a few other items that was handed, yes. There was some clothing, there was a cell phone, and then a backpack which contained some medical supplies.
Did you do anything with the information that you got off of the firearms?
So we do, with every firearm that we log into evidence, we have a form called an E-Trace form, and what that is we work with in conjunction with like the ATF as far as having a database and a record of every gun that we log into evidence. So with both of those rifles, I wound up contacting on the telephone an ATF agent who actually did a quick, what they call E-Trace form with me in order to log that into the database.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
Let's examine.
Afternoon.
So on the 26th, you basically assist these two detectives, Howard and Antaramian, in terms of doing this swab. Is that right?
I did. They handed off the evidence to me, but I did the swabs by myself. Yes.
Understood. Well, and your report indicates that at KPD, evidence detective Antaramian advised he needed 2 rifles processed. Did he tell you, he being Detective Antaramian, the areas that he wanted swabbed by you?
He did not.
Who made that decision?
I did.
At that point, do you know anything about the case?
Not a whole lot, no.
Okay, so you mentioned that the trigger is swabbed, right?
Yes.
Okay, and I know we don't have the pistol or the firearms here, so I'm gonna. When you say the barrel guard, is that the area here where my left hand would be if I was holding it like this?
Correct. So the barrel of the gun has a plastic, if you would, guard around it, and that's the part that I swabbed.
Okay. And then the pistol grip, is that the area?
Right. That's where your hand, your palm would be. So if the trigger's here, the pistol grip is where your hand is holding onto.
Okay. So when the DNA swab is done initially, obviously you're looking for potentially forensic evidence on that gun, right?
Correct.
But you don't know the areas specifically that you're supposed to be looking at. True?
Unless I'm otherwise told, when I process whether it's a gun or a rifle, it's going to be typically the same areas that I would obtain swabs from. If there was something else for some other reason or rationale that I would have to do things differently, then I would do things differently. But normally to swab a rifle or a handgun, just about all our evidence people would choose the same areas.
Okay, and I'm not questioning that. What I'm asking is, at some point, do you learn more information about this case?
I'm sorry, as far as...
I'll ask it to you this way. Did any detective come to you and ask you to do additional swabs on that firearm now that more information about what had happened was out there?
No, did not.
If somebody would have asked you to swab based on information they had, and they said to you, Officer Van, we would like to know if there's DNA on the actual barrel of that gun, could you have done that?
Absolutely.
And that wasn't done, was it?
No.
The firearm that you, I think you opened it that had it said Kyle Rittenhouse on it?
Correct.
Okay. There was a sight on that gun, is that right?
There was a sight, it was not mounted on it, it was in the box with it.
Okay. If you remember, and I'm going to use the wrong terminology, so I'm going to ask for your help. That sight didn't have a laser that projected out where, for example, if I was holding it, I could put a dot on your chest, correct?
Not to my knowledge, but I never actually messed with the sight at all, so I never turned it on, or I never really viewed it at all, so.
Okay. And this testing was done the day after the shooting, right?
The 26th, so if the shooting was the 25th, then yes.
Okay. Thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you.
Question?
Are you aware if the defense attorneys asked for further testing of the gun?
I was not informed of any other further testing.
Thank you.
Okay.
Any other questions? You may step down, sir.
Vehicle officer, ready?
Don't look at me like that. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you are about to give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? I do. Please be seated.
Sir, I'm going to ask you to get that microphone right in front of you by any way you can. Perfect. What's your name?
Officer Moretti.
And can you please spell your first and last name for the benefit of the court reporter?
Yes, the first name is P-E-P, and my last name is M-O-R-E-T-T-I.
And how are you employed?
The City of Kenosha Police Department.
And how long have you been with the City of Kenosha Police Department?
A little over 12 years.
And were you working on the night of August 25th, 2020?
I was.
And were you with anyone that evening in your squad car?
Yes, my partner that evening was Officer Krieger.
And what were your general duties that evening?
Patrol.
And what is that? What do you mean by patrol?
We were assigned to an area throughout the city. We were in the kind of downtown area, so we have different areas that we patrol. They're assigned numbers, and we're in what we would consider Area 20, which would be 60th, Sheridan, and other areas around there.
Now, was there anything out of the ordinary going on that night in that area?
Yes, there was civil unrest.
So, was your duty to patrol the civil unrest, or other things, or both, or how was that working?
It was a combination of both. So we had patrol areas that we were responsible for doing our normal routine patrols, but then we also had to respond to fires that were taking place, civil unrest, and anything that would be actively taking place that would need a response.
At any point that evening, were you made aware of a potential shooting?
Yes, Officer Krieger and I were at 60th Street and 11th Ave, and we heard gunfire, and then a few moments after that, dispatch advised that they were receiving calls that there were shots being fired in the 6300 block of Sheridan Road.
So let me ask this way, you guys were in a squad car?
We were actually, I believe, out on foot at that point at 60th and 11th, and we could hear gunfire in a close proximity to us.
So then what did you do?
We re-entered our patrol vehicle, and then we responded toward the sound of where the gunfire was coming from, which would have been roughly the 6300 block of Sheridan Road.
And who was driving?
I was.
And then Officer Krieger would be in the passenger seat?
That's correct.
So you were at 60th and 11th. Did you just drive right down 60th Street?
Correct. We proceeded east on 60th to Sheridan Road, and then I made a right turn to face south on Sheridan Road.
Now, you had lights and sirens on, or how were you operating, if you remember?
I don't recall if I had our lights active at that time.
So what happened when you get to 60th and Sheridan, you turn right onto Sheridan?
Correct. So I turned the vehicle to face south on Sheridan and observed a large crowd of people. There was a lot of screaming, yelling. There was appeared to be a person laying in the roadway up ahead of us. There was active gunfire throughout the entire city. There was still sounds of gunfire taking place, and we received reports of injured people that needed assistance in approximately the 6300 block of Sheridan Road.
So that would be south of you, and you'd be pointed in that direction.
That's correct.
Now, in this sort of situation where there's potential, this ongoing violence, what are you trained to do? What are you trying to do at that point?
So for a situation like that, the first thing that we would do is if there's an active threat, we're trying to stop the threat. And then after that, it's life-saving measures to try to render aid and preserve life at that point.
So were you going to do that from 60th and Sheridan, or were you trying to get closer?
So we were trying to get closer, but information was put out over the radio that there was rifle gunfire taking place, and we're in a standard patrol vehicle. There's no ballistic protection on our patrol vehicles, and our vests at that point were only rated for handguns. And we weren't equipped to head into what we believed to be an active shooter at that point with the equipment that we had with just the two of us being there. I noticed there were armored vehicles behind us, so I reversed our patrol car and moved it off to the side so that the armored vehicles that were equipped to handle something like that could pass us.
So you were waiting for the Bearcats, as they're sometimes called, to go past you, and then you were going to follow them into the scene.
That's correct.
So what, if anything, happened next?
I'm sorry? Sure.
What, if anything, happened next?
The Bearcats, I believe, began to pass us on the left, so we were in the curb lane, and I believe there was, I'm not sure how many there were, but a few Bearcats, I believe, passed us, And then there was at that time, unknown white male approaching us in the roadway toward the front of our patrol vehicle.
And now, as you're sitting here, do you know who that unknown white male was?
Yes.
Who was it?
Kyle Rittenhouse.
And you had never seen him before?
No.
And when you see this unknown white male, who we now know as Kyle Rittenhouse, what do you observe?
He had a rifle that was slung and somehow attached to his body. He had his hands somewhat similar to this, and he was approaching us in the roadway toward the front of our patrol vehicle. My partner and I, Officer Krieger, gave him multiple commands to get out of the roadway and step to the side so we could proceed and try to get to where we'd observe people ahead in the roadway that needed assistance.
Now, were you giving these commands, were you shouting out the window? Did you have some sort of system you were giving commands? How are you giving these commands to Mr. Rittenhouse?
I recall Officer Krieger yelling out the passenger window. We had our windows down so that we could hear gunfire that was taking place to try to determine how close it was to us, if anyone were to approach us from behind or the sides. And I believe at one point I used our squad's PA system, which is a loudspeaker that has a microphone.
And what you said, was that directed at Mr. Rittenhouse or the crowd in general?
At Mr. Rittenhouse. We were giving him instructions to get out of the roadway and essentially get out of our way so we could get to where we believe the problem to be.
As Mr. Rittenhouse was approaching the vehicle, were there other people in your way, or was he the primary person blocking you from going down there?
At that point, he was the only one in the way.
So you indicated that Mr. Rittenhouse's hands were kind of up?
That's correct.
And you said he had a rifle?
Yes.
Did you think that that might be the person who could have been involved in the shooting?
At that point, no. In my prior experience in law enforcement, when somebody surrenders to us, they will generally put their hands up, but then they will take a further step and generally drop to their knees, or they will lay in a prone position and make some type of further action. They'll usually follow commands when they're attempting to surrender. I've never in my career had somebody put their hands up and continue to advance and disobey orders from us to not advance on us.
And were there other people out that night that had rifles and firearms?
We were surrounded all night, all week by, there was probably more people armed with weapons than not throughout that entire course of the civil unrest.
So seeing someone with an AR-15 wouldn't necessarily mean much to you at that point?
At that point in time that night, no. I had encountered throughout that entire show.
Kiwi, what's going on, baby?
I probably spoke to more people.
We're at a relaxed point of view here.
And you name it,
We're just chilling, watching the trial.
Also, I couldn't even tell you how many people came up to me throughout the night that had a rifle and would come up to say, "Hey, I'm not trying to do anything. I just want to talk to you." And the advice that my partner and I gave everybody that night was, if you're a supporter of us or you're here to try to help, go home. There's a curfew in place for a reason, and being out here is only causing more problems. It's harder to tell who's there to be a problem and who's not.
Now, you mentioned curfew. Did you have the ability to write curfew tickets?
We had a system in place for taking people into custody, and then they'd be issued citations, yes.
And were you doing that to everyone that was breaking curfew, or were there guidelines that you were given?
No, that would have been physically impossible with the amount of people that were out there.
So who, if anyone, were you to give curfew tickets to?
I don't remember exactly what the direction was, but it was something along the lines of just the most severe incidents, or if we were to obviously observe a felony taking place, then we would act on that. But anything that would be more minor, we didn't have the capability or the manpower to address everything that happened in front of us.
So you couldn't give curfew tickets to everyone. What about if you observed, let's say, property damage that did not threaten someone's safety?
That would just have to stay in the stack until we were able to get to it.
So that you had a priority list that evening of things you would respond to?
Correct.
Now, a shooter, where would that be in the priority list?
That would be at the top of the list.
So this man we now know as Kyle Rittenhouse is approaching you. There's commands over the PA. There's commands being shouted. What's the next thing that happens?
He approached the passenger side of our patrol vehicle. With him disobeying the commands and being armed with a rifle like that, I drew my service weapon, and Officer Krieger deployed pepper spray because it became clear and obvious that he was not going to go away, that he continued to just advance on us and disobey commands.
Now, you say you were still driving the vehicle, correct?
Correct.
So when you draw your service weapon, what does that mean? What did you do with it?
So anytime we're confronted with somebody that's armed and that could be a threat to us, it's not uncommon for police officers in this country to be ambushed. And given everything that was taking place, a war zone is the only way I could describe it. We were surrounded, the city was burning and on fire, and we were just outnumbered and completely surrounded. So with his advance with that weapon, we were in a stop position at that point, and we're waiting for him to get out of the front of our vehicle so we could advance. And as he approached the passenger side, I was able to use my right hand to withdraw my weapon and then keep my left hand on the steering wheel.
So did you point the weapon, or did you just kind of point it at him, or did you just have it ready? What were you doing with it?
I would imagine that I would have had it pointed at him, because that somebody advancing on us with a rifle, not obeying commands at that point, would be taken as a threat.
Now, were you on patrol the night before?
I believe I was.
You don't remember for sure?
I worked continuously through all of our civil unrest, and I don't believe any of us had any days off, so I would say that's fair to assume.
If you remember, and you may not, is it fair to say there were more fires and property damage the night before than on this Tuesday night?
That's correct. Through that period of things, I was there from the start of the civil unrest with the protesting, and long before we had anything set up or in place. I was there for the start of it and through this incident.
Is it fair to say that there was a more presence of Bearcats and National Guard and things on this Tuesday night than the Monday night previous?
Yes.
Now, you said you drew your weapon and Officer Krieger deployed pepper spray. Were you able to see if the pepper spray had any impact or hit Mr. Rittenhouse?
Not sure if it made contact with him, but his deployment of the pepper spray had the desired effect, because he began, I think he continued northbound at that point and got away from us.
So then what's the next thing that happened?
I continued southbound on Sheridan Road, and we located a subject in the roadway, Mr. I'm not sure how you pronounce his last name, Gage.
I believe it's Grosskreutz.
Grosskreutz. We encountered him, and his right arm was badly damaged, and he needed urgent medical care.
So what did you observe as you found Mr. Grosskreutz?
There was a large group of people. Everybody was screaming. There was a lot of people running around screaming. The one Bearcat had pulled up, and they loaded Mr. Grosskreutz into the Bearcat and requested an escort out of the area to the nearest hospital.
Did you provide that escort?
We did.
And were there still a lot of people around that scene?
Yes, there was people everywhere.
And did you hear any additional gunfire or anything like that?
There was constant gunfire. That was one of the things that when we first encountered Mr. Rittenhouse that didn't set off any alarms for us, as far as him being a potential shooter in this incident, was that there was still gunfire erupting around us while we were still out on Sheridan, so we thought there was still an active threat.
So when you found Mr. Grosskreutz, you were concerned there was still an active threat out there?
That's correct.
So after you provided the escort with Mr. Grosskreutz in the armored vehicle, so you go to and where do you go?
We escorted the Bearcat to Frederick South Kenosha Hospital, which was right there. We were actually in front of it. So we got them around to the emergency room entrance, and I went inside to let the medical staff know they had a probable trauma coming in due to the amount of damage that was done to his arm.
And then what's the next thing that you observed or did?
After that, there was a security supervisor for KMH that had called in an officer down, and that triggered a response from us to try to locate an injured officer, which there wasn't. They just couldn't contact one of their security personnel, and they weren't able to find him, so they falsely called that in.
So when you heard injured officer, you thought one of
A law enforcement officer.
Yes, when dispatch advised there was an officer down at the hospital, we assumed it was a law enforcement officer.
Now, we have heard testimony that there was a lockdown at the hospital. Was that part of this?
The hospital, I believe, was either going into lockdown or had already been locked down. We were greeted by, I believe, a security guard at the entrance that gave us access and saw us pull up.
What's the next thing you saw or observed?
There was a male by the name of Giovanni Garcia. He was very panicked. He was in a hospital room, and he kept stating that he wanted to leave.
We don't need. Yeah. I wasn't seeking that testimony, so I'm just asking what you saw and what you heard, not what people are telling you.
Okay.
So there was a Mr. Garcia you dealt with.
That's correct.
And then, did you have any dealings with Mr. Rosenbaum?
I did.
And what were your dealings with him?
A Dr. Bornis had advised me that Mr. Rosenbaum was deceased from his injuries, and he was moved to room 18, I believe it was, in the ER. I photographed his body and then collected the clothing that he was wearing that night.
Do you have any training in evidence handling or anything of that nature?
I have standard training for evidence handling. I'm not an evidence technician, but I do have standard training for handling of evidence.
So collecting evidence generally is one of your duties as a patrol officer?
That's correct.
Did you stay with Mr. Rosenbaum's body at any point, or what did you do?
I did.
You did?
I did.
Until when?
I don't recall what the duration was, but I did secure him into a body bag. And then I spoke with a medical examiner about him being deceased, and I was advised to place him in the morgue at the hospital there because they were overrun with tasks and other things and didn't have somebody to send there. So I was able to place his body into the morgue there for safekeeping.
So what did you do with all the clothing and belongings from Mr. Rosenbaum?
I bagged them as I was trained to bag them individually, and then I later secured those into an evidence locker in the the public safety building.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
Cross-examine. Yep.
I just want to go back to something you said. You said your body armor at the time could not withstand rifle shots?
That's correct.
And do you know why that is?
It's not rated for rifle rounds. Our body armor that we wear has a rating that comes along with it, and there's an explanation with that rating of the type of rounds that it's capable of stopping, and a rifle round is well above what our body armor was capable of stopping.
If you know, is that because it's rifle rounds are full metal jacket rounds, or do you know why it would be that way?
I'm not sure what exactly the classification was of the ones that we have, but there is a set that they have for the type of round, the caliber and the amount of force that comes with that round, and the ability of the vest to stop those rounds.
So a rifle round could have penetrated your vest and actually done serious damage to you?
It would have gone straight through it like I was wearing nothing and caused severe damage to me or my partner, yes.
Thank you.
So, Officer Moretti, you had indirectly described that scene as a war zone.
No, this red light always flashes.
And it was like that.
Actually, hold on. I can switch it. Hold on a second.
Right,
I'll switch the red light.
Evening of the 23rd, 24th, and into the 25th.
Yes, there was escalating damage and violence that was taking place over the nights.
And in all of your time as a officer, have you ever been involved in nights like that?
Nothing to this magnitude, no.
And I think you said more people were armed than not armed?
Correct.
Can I ask you this? So you were working on the 24th and the 25th?
Yes.
You had said there was more damage, more fires on the 24th than the 25th. Is that right?
That would be my feeling, yes.
Were there more people protecting buildings that you saw on the 25th than on the 24th?
I did observe more people that were armed out in places. I don't know exactly what their alleged function or intended role would be. I didn't have many conversations with people that were out there. We did notice some heightened security.
Okay, so my question was, more people that were protecting the businesses, the less fires that you saw. True?
This is how I used to have it, and I don't know, I updated the software and it changed, but this is the way it should be. And I apologize for the weird blinking red light.
I don't have a report written that would indicate the amount of fires that were started, and I would just be going back and using memory to try to remember. I'm not certain the totality of the fires or how many fires were started and what nights they were.
Okay. So your report indicates that, so you hear gunshots coming from the south, is that right? At about 11:49-ish on the 25th?
I believe so, yes.
And are you able to, through your training and experience, decipher the type of firearm that has been fired, like a pistol, a shotgun, a rifle? Can you do that?
On occasion. Sometimes it's harder to decipher different calibers, but sometimes you can.
Were you able to decipher what you thought you heard on the 25th at about that time, at about 10 minutes to midnight?
At the time, I'm not sure what thought process I had at that point. There was just gunfire erupting, and there was multiple types of gunfire going off simultaneously. So I would say it'd be fair to say that yes, some of it sounded like rifle fire and some of it like pistol fire.
Can you bring it up? What's the number? Exhibit 5. Officer, Marty, I'm going to show you Exhibit 5. If you can tell me, is this vehicle right here the vehicle that you're in?
From this picture, yes, it appears to be.
Okay. And you're in the driver's seat of that vehicle?
That's correct.
Okay. Do you see at that point, you know that's Mr. Rittenhouse now, right?
Correct, now, yes.
Do you see him coming toward you at that point?
From our vehicle?
Yeah.
Yes.
And I know you had said you were outside your vehicle. Is it fair to say at that point you're back in your vehicle?
At this point, yes, because we had just turned the corner.
Okay. All right. And now he has his hands above his shoulders, kind of walking toward you. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. Go ahead, please.
Stop them! Hey, do it right here, just stop them! Do it right here, just stop.
Can you hear those people yelling, that guy just shot someone?
At this point in time, no. No, we cannot.
All that start bar stuff is their PC, not mine. It looks like they're using VLC Media Player today.
And are you backing up to let the Bearcat through, or are you backing? Is that the reason you're backing up?
At this point, with watching this video, it'd probably be dual purpose here. So I did want the Bearcats to be able to get around us. And as you saw twice there, Mr. Rittenhouse did manipulate his rifle as he's walking toward us, like in this part right here. His hands are not above his head, they're actually down toward the rifle. So that's where my partner and I were going through the process of wondering what this is.
Okay, very good.
Someone injured straight ahead.
Now at that point, is that you yelling, "Get out of the road"? Do you hear that?
Yes, I heard it. I'm not certain if that's Officer Krieger or myself. I believe both of us were yelling at him to get out of the road.
Okay. And you had, I think you had said, Attorney Krause said, normally in your experience, people who are surrendering, they'll put their hands up, but they'll do other things, correct?
Correct. They'll usually get down on their knees or prone themselves out and follow instructions that we're giving them.
Right. You're not giving him any instructions to get on his knees or lay down.
That's correct.
Okay, so when you say people do things like do this and then lay on the ground, that's done at your direction.
Not necessarily. I've had quite a few experiences where when somebody does have a desire to surrender to us, they will do that on their own because they're aware that they're armed and their intent is to surrender and they don't want something else to happen. So.
And it's also when police officers are dictating to them what to do, right?
Oh, absolutely.
Sit down, hands behind your back, or whatever it is. That
Correct. Yeah, instructions will be given at that point as well.
Fair. So, at this point, it's your, and I'm not being critical of you, it's your testimony that at this point, you have no idea that Mr. Rittenhouse has done anything wrong.
That's correct.
Do you ever make contact with him about him having a firearm in public?
No.
Do you ever want to get any information that he might have as to why he's walking toward you with his arms up like this?
Yes, that would be something that we would do secondary. As I'd stated earlier, when you still have gunfire that's actively taking place, there's victims that need assistance and there's still potentially a threat that's got to be stopped. So those take priority over collecting names and information at that point.
Now, to be fair, in hindsight, the person who was involved in this was, for lack of a better term, you didn't know it at the time, but he was surrendering to you. Right?
That's quite possible, yes.
The defense is using VLC, and the prosecution is using GarageBand, Macintosh.
You saw him do that, right? He
Correct.
backed up from the car. Is that the point that you believed Officer Krieger had used the pepper spray?
Yes.
And at that point, you and or Officer Krieger told him to go home or something like that?
I don't recall anybody telling him to go home. The only commands I recall giving him were get out of the road and to stay back.
When you went to the hospital, did you see any videos of what had happened? Meaning any of the shootings?
I know that there were people that had videos playing on cell phones through, I'm not sure if it would be social media or what the websites would have been, but there were people that had videos of what was taking place on their phones, yes.
When you were at the hospital, did you become aware that the person that you had contact with right there was the shooter?
I was focused on preserving evidence with Mr. Rosenbaum and other tasks that I had to take place, so that was all in passing. I didn't focus much on what was taking place with that video.
Is there anything else you want? Officer Reddy, I appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Thank you, Any.
Officer, what is your sole focus as you're sitting in that squad car addressing the potential active shooter?
That if we were to come across a threat, to stop that threat, and if we weren't actively engaged with somebody that was a threat, to preserve life and find anybody that was injured and needed medical assistance.
Now, in that video that was just shown, it showed that Officer Krieger was outside the squad car. Do you know how he was outside the squad car right before you backed up?
I don't remember him leaving our vehicle.
Can we play that exhibit again? Just play the whole thing. Officer Krieger get out of he was behind the vehicle, kind of by the trunk area, and then jump in the passenger seat?
Yes, it appeared that he was exiting to retrieve something from our trunk.
Okay.
Attempting to retrieve something from the trunk, it appeared.
What kind of things do you have in the trunk?
That night we had medical supplies. I believe he had a type of ballistic vest that had plates in it that would have been more helpful for rifle rounds. And I don't recall if he had a rifle in the trunk that evening or not.
So it would be more helpful with rifle rounds, but perhaps not stop them?
Correct.
And you're talking about rifle rounds, you're talking about 223s fired from an AR-15 like the defendant had?
Correct.
Right. Thank you. Nothing further.
Let me step down. Is it for today? Who wants to have a little early break today? Let's break for the day. Obviously, the standard rule, please don't discuss the case with anyone, not even with members of your household. Don't read, watch, or listen to anything to do with the trial, any account or anything else. Keep in mind what I told you the first day. You're welcome to tell people, people may know, who know you, know that you have been coming to the courthouse every day, so they may be aware, and you're welcome to tell people, you're on a jury. I'd rather you didn't if you can avoid it, but tell them you're on a jury, but just say the judge was very forceful in saying that I can't say anything about it at all, hear anything about it at all, or we'll both be in really big trouble. Perfect advice. With that, have a wonderful weekend, and we'll see you Monday at 9 a.m. And would you please go to the jury? You want to in the library or the jury room? Library, jury room. Please go to the jury room and speak with Mrs. Mataska Mentic. Thank you.
Are they done for the day? Yo, I think that they're done for the day. Today. Now.
That wraps up the first week of the Kyle Rittenhouse trial. Today we heard from 9 witnesses.
Alright, chat. Well, it seems like they ended it hours and hours early than they would normally today. But none of this means anything. All that this means is I'm going to end the stream now. And we'll be back on Monday on YouTube to complete watching these Kyle Rittenhouse streams. However, tonight or tomorrow night, I will be live on Twitch with the real life big dick bullshit. So if you guys want to watch me on Twitch, come there tonight. https://twitch.tv/shizbang. Maybe tonight or maybe not. Tomorrow night, either tonight or tomorrow night, we'll be doing a stream. And then we'll be back on motherfucking YouTube Monday morning, specifically for Kyle Rittenhouse. So thank you all for watching us, and we'll see you on the next episode. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Goodbye.